Chapter 821. Could it be that this is the path all clans are searching for? It can't be wrong. Back then, the reason why Western Immortal Domain was destroyed was precisely because our clan's old ancestors deduced that the path was here. This is the gate and path that connected Immortal Domain and that world countless years ago. This group of foreign creatures were extremely powerful, the blood and chi on their bodies astonishing. After a moment of panic, they quickly recovered. They looked towards the boundless scene that surged in the distance, revealing expressions of pleasant surprise and excitement. They had no choice but to act like this, because the current immortal domain had long been destroyed, no longer as glorious as before. The foreign king clans could easily lead great armies to flatten immortal domain's various cities, many star domains occupied. The descendants of immortal domain in the past were either reduced to slaves or food. Countless years ago, after immortal domain suffered a great battle, it was divided into north, south, east, and west, as well as central immortal domain, 5 regions. They were all scattered everywhere, sealed off from each other, each living their own lives. Meanwhile, the western immortal domain they resided in was even more so broken through by the foreign supreme experts many years ago. Western immortal domain's kings dyed the skies in blood, their corpses wrapped in war banners as they were carried back. Thus, Western Immortal Domain completely fell. Apart from Western Immortal Domain, Southern Immortal Domain and Northern Immortal Domain were also in tatters, just that they weren't as complete as Western Immortal Domain. During these years, great battles continued endlessly. Their fall was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Central Immortal Domain was just too far from this place. The various clans and inheritances sealed up their mountains, not coming out, trying to gasp for breath. However, when faced with the massive foreign army, they would still be broken through sooner or later. Immortal Domain was already no longer the world that could contend against the foreign side countless years ago. Life force withered, Immortal Tao in tatters, even Immortal Tao figures living in seclusion. Even those previously unmatched immortal kings now had weak blood and chi, difficult for them to cross the 5 decrees. They had previously had a blade severed by heaven's will, their bodies carrying shackles. Even if they fought to the death, there was no way they could win against the foreign kings. This was a great trend, a great decline, something Immortal Domain couldn't contend against at all. Meanwhile, apart from the foreign kings, there were even more ancient existences overseeing them, to the extent where they had connections to the distant Immortal Domain. If not for Immortal Domain's natural laws rejecting them, the foreign unmatched existences would have long slaughtered their way over, purging everything in blood. At the same time, on this incomplete, primitive continent, Lin Fan was standing in front of the crowd. Other than the group of foreign creatures who were stunned by the shocking scene, the other cultivators also looked over in disbelief. Divine radiance rushed into the heavens from that place, as if there was a boundless world that appeared in that direction. A rain of light scattered down. Even the entire world seemed to be transforming. All kinds of terrifying phenomena appeared one after another. There were the brilliant sun, the bloody full moon, and all kinds of broken starry skies. An ancient and vast sky was reflected in that place. The magnificent stone gate and the majestic city wall seemed to be sketching out a vague outline, and the light penetrated the heaven and earth. The ancient and desolate aura suppressed the sun, moon, and dome of heaven, releasing endless radiance. It was too resplendent, as if it was narrating an incomparably ancient and boundless history. Hurry up and report this matter to the clan. The path that the ancient ancestors are looking for, that door has appeared. The foreign creatures who reacted hurriedly sent back news of this place. This created a huge commotion. Not only did it shake up Western Immortal Domain, even the foreign creatures here were shocked, becoming excited and overjoyed. A few individuals with powerful cultivations were even wrapped within a sphere of light, appearing in the sky, flying over. They wore foreign clothing, their appearances also greatly different from Immortal Domain's descendants. However, their bodies didn't release immortal energy, but rather a type of indistinct light that carried a greenish-black energy. If it really is that path, I fear that even kings will be startled. It is rumored that behind that path is a mortal domain source. Even if a mortal domain is destroyed, as long as that world still exists, it can be nurtured again. Many of Immortal Domain's experts all came from that place. They were speaking softly, their eyes carrying blazing radiance. It was too resplendent, as if they were blazing suns, staring at the stone gate that gradually appeared in the sky. The stone gate was grand and ancient, incomparably tall, all types of terrifying restrictions existing in its surroundings. It was originally hidden in an expanse of the void that couldn't be seen. But now, that place was not only shining, there was even an indistinct path that was appearing. Vaguely, everyone could hear the iron-blooded noises of armored horses and glaciers. There was a great army galloping, carrying killing intent, charging towards them. Armored horses could trample through everything that was past history and void images long no longer existing. Meanwhile, at this moment, at the two sides of the stone gate, walls began to solidify, covered in traces of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. There were also traces of blood, unknown what era they were left behind from. They were incomparably tall, like undying divine mountains. Even though they were only void images, never truly appearing in this world, they still released a murderous aura, enough to shatter all of the heavens. This is the legendary heaven-connecting ancient city. Who would have thought that it truly appeared? But it shouldn't have appeared at the right time. The irregular scenes there also startled many immortal domain descendants. A white-haired elder, whose body carried immortal energy, appeared on the mountain peak, his voice trembling in disbelief. Even though Western Immortal Domain had already been occupied by the foreign side, there were still many powerful Immortal Domain descendants hiding in various places. They were trying to find some ancient historical texts in these places, recording past glory or cultivation methods. The young men and women who previously searched for ancient texts on this damaged continent were all Immortal Domain descendants. Behind them were tribes. Now, they were currently residing in the depths of this continent. There were actually many tribes scattered here and there. Even though there weren't many individuals with exceptional strength, there were elders who understood Immortal Domain's history extremely well. The foreign king, after seizing Immortal 787 region, previously displayed a great divine ability, blocking many Immortal Domain descendants' bloodlines, making it difficult for them to sense immortal energy, unable to break through to higher cultivation realms. If there was a powerful individual who broke through this curse, in the end, they would be sensed and then killed. The foreign king was a true unmatched existence. With a raise of his palm, he could destroy the stars of the universe, wiping out all life with a single thought. Ordinary cultivators before him didn't even have the qualifications to be ants. Western Immortal Domain was extremely large, the combination of many universes, the territory boundless. Between the various star domains were even more so many life stars and continents. However, at this time they were all completely shocked by the scenes that appeared in this primitive, desolate forest. There were powerful individuals hurrying over from all sides of the cosmos, either tearing apart the starry sky, crossing stellar streams, or crossing the void, crossing millions and millions of li with a single step. What a disaster! This group of damned foreign creatures, they want to wipe out Immortal Domain's roots. On this continent, many Immortal Domain descendants revealed bitter expressions, feeling incomparable grief inside. So. At the limits of the Sky Dome, many figures hurried over. In some of the cities closest to this place, the foreign creatures who obtained news all appeared. There were even quite a few young figures among them, their appearances heroic or as spirited. Just from their appearances, it was difficult to distinguish them from the foreign side. It was because there was no lack of inheritors of some clans' inheritances who surrendered to the foreign side. Chapter 8:22. Heaven Connecting Ancient City. This was the name of this grand ancient city. It was incomparably ancient, covered in the scars of all sorts of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. Just the city walls alone seemed to be propping up the heavens, standing tall and undying. It was unknown what kind of material it was made of, covered in blood and ancientness. Some places had even collapsed, showing just how great of a desperate battle had taken place here. And now, this city that had disappeared from a mortal domain was currently manifesting from the void. A savage and ancient murderous aura was simply like an invincible army slaughtering its way over from the distant space-time. This scene shocked everyone, regardless of whether it was immortal domain survivors or the creatures of the other side. All of them were gathering towards this place. Divine rainbows streaked through the sky, one after another. There were also great figures of various races from the other side, riding their chariots or mounts surrounded by immortal energy. Among them, the weakest was a supreme being who had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. Apart from this, there were also many youngsters, most of them coming from the other side. Only a small portion of them were originally citizens of Western immortal domain, but now they had already surrendered to the other side, becoming the vassal races of the other side's great races. The once proud saintesses were reduced to servants and maids of the other side's youngsters, dragging out an ignoble existence no longer glorious. They had immortal energy on their bodies. They were creatures born and bred in the celestial realm. This immortal energy didn't come from entering the immortal Tao domain, but from growing up in this world. After being nourished by the spiritual energy of this world, immortal energy appeared. If this is the legendary Ascension passage, then it means that behind this door is the world we have always yearned for. At that time, my race will definitely lead an army to slaughter our way over, seize this world's essence, and revive our world. Only then will our world be able to survive in the future battle of the true worlds. Many youngsters from the other side were speaking. They were either outstanding or had sparkling white faces. Some had wings on their backs, very similar to the archaic races, but they were also similar to humans in many aspects. However, at this moment, they were all incredibly excited, their fighting spirit surging as they stared fixedly at the door that was materializing from the void. The stone door was grand and imposing, as if it was flowing with an aura that suppressed the ages. Even the world was trembling because of it. At that moment, this incomparably tall stone door was materializing from the void, continuously materializing. Then it began to be pushed, as if there was someone on the other side who was about to walk over. In truth, it wasn't just the Western immortal domain. The other immortal domains had also received news of the reappearance of the ancient city of Skyspan. To the living beings of the immortal domain, the ancient sky-piercing city was the final land of hope. According to ancient legends, the immortal domain and the world connected by the road in the ancient city of Tongtian were one. That was the ancestral land of all living beings in the immortal domain, the origin of all living beings. Even for the invincible immortal kings of the immortal realms, they were all born in that world. After experiencing untold hardships and cultivating for countless years, they finally established their foundation in the immortal realms, ruling over the various races. Only later on, for some reason, immortal domain and that world were severed, unable to come into contact with each other. At this point, the immortal region was like a rootless duckweed that had lost its foundation. Countless years had passed, and they were on the verge of collapsing. They could no longer maintain their former glory. The 5 immortal realms had sealed themselves off from each other in order to survive in this chaotic world. The appearance of the ancient sky-piercing city was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the hearts of the people of the immortal domain. It made their originally despairing hearts become excited again, wishing to see hope there. Ha ha, this is simply laughable. Back then, the immortal domain and the world of origin were separated. Even though it was a helpless situation, it was also because this world experienced a great calamity. Many immortal Tao existences had no choice but to bring their clansmen and flee. My clan's founding ancestor has already predicted that if the world of origin appears, then the heaven and earth inside will be damaged, impossible for immortal Tao existences to be born. After the severed path, the creatures of the world of origin wanting to enter the immortal domain again to pursue a higher cultivation realm has already become empty talk. Without a precise time, without a precise location, they can forget about coming to the immortal domain. When they saw that there was no lack of descendants of the immortal domain among the gathered cultivators, many older generation experts of the other side all sneered. They weren't worried at all that the world of origin over there would produce some formidable existences. Who? Heaven and earth became dim, even Shiyu fading away. In the distance, there was a massive and terrifying figure that descended. That was a great golden-winged pung creature, every single feather shining brilliantly as if they were cast from gold. This was shockingly a foreign expert who achieved the Tao, ridiculously powerful, speed exceeding light, instantly appearing here. He landed on the ground, turning into a dazzling golden middle-aged man. He was imposing without being angry, black mist swirling around him. Even a foreign expert who achieved the Tao appeared, making this place become more and more chaotic. Meanwhile, in the present immortal domain, immortal Tao figures didn't appear, unknown where they were hiding. They were worried that they would be wiped out by the foreign kings, acting extremely cautious. Those immortal domain descendants, the most powerful ones, were only at the sacred realm, not even reaching the supreme being realm. Before the foreign experts who achieved the Tao, they trembled in fear. Just a strand of their aura was enough to kill them 10 million times over. It was that path after all. This foreign middle-aged man's eyes seemed to release 2 heavenly swords, releasing zheng-zheng noises. He stared rigidly at that stone gate that appeared. He never expected that legendary city, that gate would appear as well. Soon afterwards, several more terrifying figures descended, all of them foreign experts who achieved the Tao. Black mist swirled around them, their faces indistinct, as of heaven overflowing demonic figures. They towered in the limits of the sky dome, coldly looking at heaven connecting ancient city. All cultivators before them felt a type of feeling of being insignificant like ants. Even if a strand of aura accidentally leaked out, it would still be enough to make ordinary supreme beings explode. In the present Western immortal domain, the foreign experts who achieved the Tao oversaw an area able to suppress everything. I want to see just what kind of thing this legendary heaven-connecting ancient city is. Did the environment of heaven and earth change, or is it that someone is playing tricks? A foreign expert who achieved the Tao was extremely cold, golden light surging from his eyes. He released a cold laugh, taking large steps out, heading straight for that stone gate that was currently turning from void to reality, currently illuminating the world. He carried a wave of terrifying aura, entire body surging with golden light, as if raging flames were burning. Upon closer inspection, those were all symbols constructed from order. Behind him, a great golden sun erupted, even taller than him, surrounding him within. Moreover, a golden crow cry sounded, shaking up the heavens. The entire sky dome was shaken by his aura, the stars in outer space even shaken down. Dark, bloodline golden crow race's old ancestor who achieved the Tao, many foreign creatures knelt down under this aura, sincerely worshipping. This was especially the case for the younger generation, even more so worshipping to the extreme, releasing low cries, wishing to personally see their side's unmatched figure blast open that stone gate. Meanwhile, Immortal Domain's clansmen were all trembling in fear. The many tribes on the great continent below were even more unbearable, many of them feeling as if their bodies were going to explode under this type of aura. This dark, bloodline Golden Crow race's old ancestor clearly didn't feel any misgivings, trying to investigate whether that stone gate was real or fake. However, heaven-connecting ancient city's stone gate was slowly being pushed open, a crack that had long appeared. Right now, boundless light rushed out from within, the auras of two worlds surging, clashing. It was to the extent where heaven-reaching beams of light appeared, directly connecting the entire star domain. It is the aura of another world after all. There's a path there as well. The other foreign cultivators who achieved the Tao were all shaken up, staring at that stone gate, wishing to see the scene inside clearly. They could sense a boundless world aura from the other side. Great changes and ancient, even more ancient than a mortal domain. This made them a bit moved, recalling many rumors, touching upon the secrets of this world source. Something's not right. There's a figure there. Someone is walking over. Could it be that he pushed open that gate, breaking through heaven connecting earth end? However, immediately afterwards, they seemed to have noticed something. Their expressions changed greatly, unable to maintain their previous emotions. Who are you? At this time, the voice of the dark, bloodline Golden Crow race's old ancestor suddenly sounded, carrying fear and trembling, as well as disbelief. With a Hong sound, endless streaks of divine light erupted, every single streak of divine light a law symbol. Among them were the most powerful symbols, as well as the dark, bloodline Golden Crow race's bone texts. They interweaved together, divine might world-shaking. This was the most powerful might of a Tao-achieving being. He was going all out, radiance dazzling the world, making it hard for many people to open their eyes, unable to look straight at him. However, soon after, miserable cries sounded. With a pung sound, bloody mist exploded there, all of the radiance disappearing, as if devoured by endless darkness. Not good. The expressions of all of the foreign cultivators changed, their bodies going cold, their fine hairs standing on end. The other foreign creatures who gathered here, immortal domain's descendants, also suddenly lost their voices, becoming deathly silent. They watched as the grand scene behind that stone gate settled down, the radiance disappearing. Above heaven-connecting ancient city, the city walls were still majestic, but now the blood of another Tao-achieving being was sprinkled on them, not even bones remaining. The stone gate opened. A young man walked out from within. He was dressed in green silk clothes, extremely handsome and tall, five-colored immortal energy swirling about his body, but it quickly disappeared, returning to his original state, extraordinary and aloof. He walked over just like that, not too fast or too slow, a big red bird, flapping its wings following behind him. His eyes were extremely calm, as if they were a boundless deep sea, boundless void. However, the entire world was shaking intensely, the sky about to collapse, as if it couldn't endure his aura. Chapter 8:23. Heaven-connecting ancient city shook intensely. The grand and tall stone gate was precisely that legendary gate. Today, it appeared in this world again, moreover pushed open. Under rumbling noises, heaven-reaching and boundless radiance was released. All of the creatures felt like they were going to be turned into ashes under the collision of the two worlds' auras, not even bones remaining. This type of vast and mighty aura was simply like two great cosmos, carrying out an unimaginable collision, engulfing over from the endless past, passing down to the present world. The stars in outer space were all swaying about to fall. However, the most inconceivable thing was that this stone gate was pushed open by a creature from the other world. He calmly walked over, his footsteps not that fast, but it made one's heart feel like it was going to explode. It was as if this world couldn't bear his aura. All of heaven-connecting ancient city, because of his arrival, continuously shook intensely. Those traces that covered the city walls even more so appeared. Symbols flowed like a flood, interweaving into sky, covering beams of light, resplendent and dazzling, no one able to look straight at them. All of the cultivators in front of them, regardless of whether they came from the other side or were immortal domain's past descendants, all of them couldn't help but tremble, shocked by the scene before their eyes. unable to say anything. For the other side's Tao achieving experts, they were simply horrified to the extreme, their scalps going numb. At this moment, they only wanted to turn into divine light and escape, not wishing to stay here at all. The dark blood golden crow race's Tao achieving expert, who was arrogant, just now already turned into a sky covering bloody mist, not even bones remaining, dying miserably in front of the stone gate. Even though they didn't see what happened clearly, they knew that the dark blood golden crow race's Tao achieving expert was definitely casually swatted to death by that handsome young man, as if he was swatting a buzzing fly. It was just that simple, to the extent where he only had time to release a miserable cry, and then there were no more traces of him. This was but the dark blood golden crow race's old ancestor. He overlooked a great world, cultivated for 1,000,000 years, powerful beyond compare. Moreover, he was in the prime of his life, yet in the end he died miserably just like that. Right now, only great horror appeared in their minds, all of them trembling inwardly. Moreover, under this young man's gaze, their souls seemed to have been frozen, completely unable to produce any thoughts of running. Or perhaps it was to say that if they dared to run, then their end result would definitely be the same as that dark blood golden crow race's old ancestor, instantly dying miserably. Wasn't it said that world long shattered, its natural laws damaged, impossible for it to produce someone who exceeded the immortal Tao? Who is this person? The ancient ancestor once said that that world has long been ruined. The heavenly gate can't be opened by the people of that world. Many foreign experts felt fear inside, entire bodies shivering coldly. They were so shocked by this scene that they couldn't say anything, their voices trembling. This is a powerhouse from the land of origin. Immortal Domain's descendants were all incredibly excited. On the various damaged continents, many eyes looked over, seeing the scenes just now. This was simply too shocking. In the eyes of many people, this was simply something that they could not believe. The immortal region has really changed. The big red bird excitedly followed behind Guchanga, once again sensing the aura of the immortal domain. However, this time, it experienced more of a completely different heaven and earth environment from before. The surrounding creatures and cultivators weren't immortal realm clansmen, but rather creatures from a foreign realm. Of course, it could understand the language of immortal domain's creatures, deducing from their words. Now, immortal domain suffered great changes. The other side might have already invaded, making immortal domain fall. Towards this, even though it felt regret and frustration, it also knew that this was something that couldn't be helped. A foreign Tao achieving individual? Gu Changa slowly walked over from the other side of the stone gate, his expression extremely calm, not showing the slightest bit of change because of the many creatures who were watching him. The fluctuations on his body disappeared, as if returning to his original state. His entire being was like the boundless void, but also like an ordinary creature. However, when they personally saw a Tao-achieving individual die miserably before his eyes, none of the creatures here dared treat him as an ordinary person. When they saw Gu Changa walk over in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow, all of the foreign creatures' minds trembled, unable to help but take a few steps back. Those creatures who came in divine carriages were even more so alarmed and uneasy, feeling like their mounts were in incomparable alarm, trembling there. Then, they had no choice but to descend from the sky. Many foreign youngsters' expressions were similarly alarmed and uneasy. After all, in terms of appearance, Gu Changa was about the same age as them, to the extent where compared to them he was even younger. Moreover, his body didn't have that type of aged aura, his true age definitely not that great. As the best of their generation, when they fought in Immortal Domain, they displayed great brilliance, looking down on many of Immortal Domain's young heavenly talents, boasting that they were matchless experts, that they could achieve the Tao in the future, perhaps even enter the immortal Tao domain. However, they never expected to personally see a youngster casually slap a Tao-achieving individual to death, Moreover, even push open that legendary danger land heaven opening gate that only a king could break through. Could it be that this was a young, immortal domain king? When they thought of this, their faces all turned pale, simply not daring to believe, not daring to imagine all of this. In their opinion, that world, even though it was known as Immortal Domain's origin world, after that battle countless years ago, everything shattered, becoming incomparably bitter and cold. There was no way it could produce an existence that exceeded the immortal Tao. At most, it could only reach the Tao-achieving realm walk very far. In the present immortal domain, who is the king? Guchanga said calmly as they walked out of the ancient city. The city gates were enormous, and even the entrances were shockingly large. Walking through them, one could see as far as the eye could see. It was so majestic that it was hard to believe. The grayish-brown stone ground, the flat path, as if there was no end to it. As he slowly walked in, that stone gate also slowly closed, not always opening. When he spoke, his eyes landed on a few immortal domain descendants on the ruined continent up ahead. With his current cultivation realm, he could naturally see what happened, as well as determine which cultivators came from immortal domain, and which came from Truine world, which was also the foreign side. Replying to Great One. The present Western immortal domain already no longer has a king. Several million years ago, Western immortal domain's Tianai immortal king was attacked by several foreign kings, dying in battle, returning with his corpse. Heaven connecting ancient city was also precisely sealed and hidden by Tianai immortal king. After hearing Guchanga's words, a white-haired old man stood out from the group of immortal domain descendants, replying with a trembling voice, his voice filled with grief. Tianai immortal king was the king of Western immortal domain, once ruling over Western immortal domain. Of course, besides Tianai immortal king, there were other immortal kings in Western immortal domain, but they had long disappeared without a trace. Some suspected that they were in seclusion and no one knew where they went. There were also some who felt that they might have gone to another true world, abandoning immortal domain. Of course, there were also some who felt that they had long fallen, that they were secretly harmed by the foreign side. No king for a long time? Guchanga nodded, not surprised. If this had happened several million years ago, then it was normal for the present immortal domain to be in such a miserable state. However, he didn't appear in immortal domain to stand up for the descendants of immortal domain and seek justice. In his eyes, immortal domain and the foreign side were the same. They were all part of the true mountain and sea world. However, judging from the current situation, the true mountain and sea world had been separated. There might be some races in the foreign side that had secretly sought refuge with the origin world, or perhaps they had sought refuge with other true worlds in an attempt to find the origin world of the true mountain and sea world and devour it to become the one and only true world. The one and only true world was a truth that had been passed down since ancient times. When the one and only true world was born, the origin world would suffer a huge blow, and this was also the most crucial move to attack the heavens. Chapter 824. Guchanga's expression didn't change, only sweeping his eyes over the ruined continent in front of him, as well as the foreign creatures in the distance. What he had to consider now was actually how to follow the original plan, how to link up the previous situation, so as to not reveal the slightest flaw. The shocking changes in immortal domain had long been within his expectations. Now that he appeared in immortal domain, it was actually just to verify his guess, at the same time to make himself conform to the true immortal Tao domain. After all, his current physical body level hadn't experienced the baptism of the immortal Tao law, so it couldn't be considered a true immortal body. Of course, the instant Guchanga appeared in immortal domain, his physical body took the initiative to devour the rich, immortal Tao elements. For him, there was no need to say that he was baptized by the so-called immortal tribulation. The level of his physical body was naturally transforming. Even if he didn't recover his past memories, just based on his current strength, he didn't need to fear the so-called immortal king. Moreover, he walked to the peak in the higher realms. his cultivation long-reaching an unfathomable level impossible for others to guess. Not to mention that he still had many methods. Only, for the sake of planning, just in case, there were many things that had to be considered a bit further. So young, coming from that realm, he might be someone from reincarnation. Go and report to our world's true immortals. The door to the realm of origin has reappeared. A young man suspected to be an immortal king has walked out from within. Different from the many happy and excited immortal domain clansmen, many of the foreign experts were shocked, already secretly transmitting sound, planning to report this matter to the foreign true immortals. Let them deal with it. It was because only true immortals had the qualifications to come into contact with immortal kings. Inform them of this matter. In front of this mysterious young man, those who achieved the Tao were no different from ants. Perhaps only true immortals had the qualifications to converse with him, find out his intentions and origins. Moreover, he just asked who the current king of immortal domain was. Didn't that mean that he knew immortal domain's immortal kings? This thought appeared in the minds of many foreign creatures, making them both horrified and alarmed, recalling a rumor from a long time ago. Most of the foreign creatures weren't stupid either. After knowing that even those who achieved the Tao were casually slapped to death, they restrained their former arrogance, as if they were waiting to be executed in place. Those foreign youngsters who were still talking nonsense about the world of origin just now all turned pale, keeping quiet out of fear. After Western immortal domain fell, the other side only sent out true immortals to guard this place. There were no immortal kings here. Otherwise, with that terrifying scene just now, how could immortal kings not know about it? In reality, the instant heaven-connecting ancient city appeared, the foreign true immortals immediately sensed it. Even though they weren't as powerful as celestial kings, they were still truly supreme existences that could look down on a realm. Their lifespans exceeded 10 million years, or even longer. The Western immortal realms were badly damaged, but the fluctuations earlier were simply too terrifying. The fluctuations caused by the collision of two realms felt like there was a multiverse within. How could they not feel it? Only, when they saw a Tao achieving being casually slapped to death, they all shivered inwardly. They weren't stupid, knowing that Gu Changa wasn't someone they could face, that they had to report this to the foreign immortal kings. This mysterious young man had an unfathomable cultivation base. In this era, he was able to walk out from the world of origin and even push open the gate that only immortal kings could break through. From this, one could see how strong he was. He was definitely at the immortal king level, or even higher. For some of the foreign true immortals, they understood quite a bit of the truth about this world, having the qualifications to come into contact with that level. That was why they knew that the reason why the other side was always searching for the world of origin was because they wanted to devour that world source, make the mountain sea true world completely become one. There was another reason. They were searching for those people in reincarnation. From the current situation, this mysterious young man might very well be one of those people in reincarnation. Great One, are you immortal domain's past king? In front of heaven-connecting ancient city, many immortal domain people hurried over, kneeling down, prostrating themselves in worship towards Gu Changa, their faces carrying excitement, as if they were facing a legendary deity. Among them, there was a young lady who didn't look that old who couldn't help but ask, her eyes carrying hope and expectation. In this primitive land, ancient trees towered into the heavens, tall and sturdy. A small group of human descendants from immortal domain lived here for several thousand years. They were only a small part of this group. The great continent was extremely damaged, traces of the great battle from the past still visible in some places. The originally vast star system with life had all collapsed, washed away in all directions. The land before their eyes was only an extremely small part of this. Gu Changa swept his eyes over these immortal domain descendants, his expression not changing at all. He didn't reply, nor did he shake his head. He only looked into the distant heavens. In everyone's eyes, it was as if he was quietly waiting for the foreign king to descend. The atmosphere here seemed to have frozen. All of the foreign creatures who hurried over, regardless of what level they were, didn't dare move, alarmed and terrified. They didn't know Gu Changa's intentions for coming, nor did they know his origins. The world was quiet, as if even space and time were hidden. There were no natural laws interweaving, this place becoming absolutely peaceful. The big red bird was also quiet right now, not knowing Gu Changa's objective. In reality, even now, it didn't understand Gu Changa in the slightest, only knowing that he was the main culprit behind the forbidden Great Era. He was the demon lord who made the heavens silent. He was the one who schemed against the higher realms, the one who killed everything. He purged the realm of origin, moreover unified it. He definitely wasn't some good-hearted individual. Even though he was extremely gentle and easygoing towards the women at his side, it couldn't be denied that his coldness and heartlessness was enough to make the higher realms shiver in fear. Chi. Streak after streak of flowing light tore through the cosmos dome. At this moment, countless foreign creatures gathered from various parts of the ruined Western immortal domain, all of them hurrying towards this cosmos. Even though they were still far away in the starry sky, they still didn't get close, but they sensed something. They sensed that the environment of that heaven and earth underwent great changes. Their entire bodies couldn't help but shiver, understanding that something huge happened. That gate appeared. A youngster who seems to be an immortal king even walked out. In the boundless foreign cosmos, in a spacious dojo shrouded in a thick fog, an ancient existence suddenly opened his eyes. This was the first time he released a sound in a million years. His blood and chi fluctuations were like Wang Yang's, towering in the starry sky like a demonic god from the archaic past, terrifying to the extreme. As someone at the very peak of immortal Tao, he could be called a king among immortals, ruling over the boundless cosmos, his people numbering in the millions, enough to be described as immeasurable. In this world, there were already very few things that could alarm this type of existence. Right now, this cosmos was trembling. Following the awakening of this terrifying existence, the boundless starry sky rose and fell like a sea, large amounts of stars turning into powder. Before the foreign side invaded Western immortal domain, they had long blasted apart Western Sky Gate. Now the barrier disappeared. Even though the environment suppressed the foreign immortal kings, it still couldn't stop them from descending. With just a single thought, they could descend from the endlessly distant foreign side to Western immortal domain. This foreign immortal king was alarmed, his eyes like two terrifying immortal swords, tearing apart the cosmos, as if he wanted to see the scene on the other side clearly. Existences who towered in the immortal king realm could already be said to be omnipotent, to the extent where they could traverse the great river of time, change some tolerable karma. That was why the moment he woke up, he began to deduce the events in Western immortal domain, wishing to know the background of that youngster who appeared. Meanwhile, at this moment, in the skies above Western immortal domain, a terrifying aura began to appear. All types of terrifying irregular scenes appeared. Immortal Tao, laws about to break apart. 00, the sun, moon, and stars were all trembling, countless great continents collapsing, directly turning into powder under this type of aura. The aura of an immortal king appeared, the entire cosmos trembling because of this. Large amounts of star domains couldn't endure this type of aura, directly exploding. Countless cultivators, regardless of what level they were, all knelt down towards that place, pious and full of reverence, even though they were immortal domains people, even though they weren't willing to kneel before the foreign immortal kings. Right now, they couldn't hold on, their legs weak, directly kneeling down. If they didn't bow when encountering a king, their true spirits would easily collapse, forever erased. It's Kun Xian, immortal king. This is too great. My side's king has already sensed everything here. Quite a few of Western immortal domain's foreign true immortals sensed this aura, all of them incredibly moved, kneeling down towards that place. Even if they were true immortals before an immortal king, they were like ants, able to kill them countless times with a single thought. This type of gap was like a heavenly moat impossible to cross, the majestic and grand heaven reaching ancient city, because of this type of aura was trembling. The blood that scattered down the city walls before even more so released dazzling radiance. Vaguely, all types of ancient void images appeared. Immortal domain's true immortals were bathed in blood here. Immortal kings were surrounded and killed. Heavenly palaces collapsed. Western immortal domain collapsed. Heaven gates severed. The heavens weeping blood. All life in grief. Zero many Western immortal domain descendants, under this type of aura, felt incomparable grief and despair. They thought back to the tragic scene of Western Heaven Gate being broken through, the entire immortal domain collapsing. How many tens of thousands of years had it been? The foreign immortal king who had previously slaughtered his way into Western immortal domain once again appeared. Even though it was only a strand of aura, it was still terrifying beyond compare. No one able to stop it. Who are you? Someone from reincarnation? Or are you a remnant that once fled to that world? To be able to push open that gate, step into immortal domain, you are quite extraordinary. This foreign immortal king had a cold gaze. Even though it was only formed by a strand of aura, it still had no fear as it stared at Guchanga in front of heaven-reaching ancient city. In the end, his gaze landed on this legendary ancient city, looking at that gate. Through that gate, he could sense a faintly discernible aura coming from within. It was precisely the world of origin that they had always been searching for. Just a strand of aura? Hearing this, Guchanga glanced at this foreign immortal king, his gaze not fluctuating at all. A strand of aura is enough to kill you. Kuan Xian Immortal King didn't sense the aura of an immortal king from Guchanga. He didn't feel that he was an existence that stood at the same height as him. His gaze was incomparably cold. He only raised his palm and slapped out. A giant hand, surging with chaotic energy, stretched across the sky, covering the entire universe. The entire world was covered by him. The great Tao rumbled, the universe resonating. The many laws and orders of the Western immortal domain emitted terrifying sounds like knives, easily crushed and then burst apart. However, towards this, Guchanga only pointed his fingers and casually slashed forward. A sword light flashed over, green and indistinct, as if it pierced through ancient history and washed the future. Rumble. The sky cracked, the universe shook. The entire universe seemed to have shattered into pieces. Torrential sword light entwined with chaotic immortal light, piercing through everything and suppressing the universe. It was too resplendent and dazzling, as if it was daytime, illuminating the ancient times. Even the long river of time was hidden. All laws and orders were collapsing and dissipating. Under this sword light, the world was wailing. Seeing this sword descending, the expression of Kuan Xian, Immortal King, who had been cold and indifferent all this while, suddenly changed. The giant hand that reached out broke and collapsed with a puff sound, disintegrating in an instant. Then the sword light didn't stop. The sword descended, directly beheading him, and his figure exploded with a boom. Chapter 825. The resplendent sword radiance seemed to have wiped out an expanse of time, cleansing the heavens above and earth below, endless, powerful beyond compare. Western immortal domain's skies became chaotic. Under this streak of sword radiance, it was as if it was hacked apart. Stellar streams were severed. Countless creatures and cultivators trembled in fear, feeling as if the space between their brows was hacked apart by a streak of sword radiance, about to completely explode. They were incomparably alarmed, feeling as if their blood ran cold. This streak of sword radiance wasn't aimed at them, but when they saw its power, their souls were in intense pain, as if they were going to fall under this radiance. If they truly made contact with this strand of sword radiance, what kind of consequences would there be? There was simply no need to think too much about it. Even Quen Xian, Immortal King's body, was beheaded by a single sword, destroyed in the void, incredibly powerful. What? For the foreign creatures, this sword was too terrifying. It directly hacked down the unmatched king in their hearts from the clouds. Many young creatures who viewed Quen Xian, Immortal King, as their faith even more so roared out in disbelief, simply about to go crazy. Why was it that even though the unmatched king revived, his body was still destroyed by a single sword, thus destroyed? Of course, they really couldn't figure it out. In their understanding, the greatest power in this world was the power of an immortal king. They sat at the peak of endless time, overlooking the passage of time, watching great eras collapse. This type of existence, how could his body be so easily destroyed by another? Even if it was an existence of the same level, it still wouldn't be this easy. It is definitely a young king, Quen Xian, Immortal King ran, not daring to descend. There were quite a few true immortals who hurried over from the other side. Right now, their mouths were trembling, a bit scared, their entire bodies going cold. They were the most unmatched existences under the Immortal King level. That was why they could sense the terror of that sword more and more clearly. It could definitely instantly wipe them out 10 million times over. This was a power they definitely couldn't contend against. It wiped out the sea, severed time. Not even an Immortal King's body could match it. Just the shockwaves that scattered over made them feel as if they were going to explode, their bodies in intense pain. A few people were extremely close, to the extent where there were even bloody scars that appeared. All of the foreign creatures in front of heaven connecting ancient city felt their entire bodies go cold, not daring to move in place. They were scared that this strand of energy would scatter, making them explode, follow in the footsteps of that immortal king's body. Too strong. What kind of terrifying power is this? There's no mistake. This lord is definitely the king of our immortal realms. He has returned from the origin realm. The Western immortal domain was filled with a matchless aura. The immortal king fluctuations that appeared just now alarmed many descendants of the immortal domain who were hiding in various places. They were shocked to the extreme. However, he never expected that in the next moment he would see that immortal king body being destroyed by a streak of sword light. It was too shocking, too inconceivable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed it. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Then, unimaginable cheers erupted from all over the Western immortal realms. Many of Immortal Domain's descendants appeared. Their previous dejection was swept away, and they were stirred up and excited. They roared out, finding it difficult to express the excitement they felt right now. Gu Changa's expression didn't change. Now he didn't need to use any other means. Just based on his cultivation level, he didn't fear the so-called celestial kings. Even if they were celestial kings, there was no way they could say that at this level they couldn't be contaminated by karma, contend against the heavenly Tao's deviants, carry out changes to the trajectory of all worlds. However, when Gu Changa was still in the higher realms, he could already use the Tao of fate to erase the future deviants. This was the path he took, the most fundamental difference. In the end, Gu Changa's cultivation method, the path he took, they all corresponded to his previous self. It could allow this body of his to reach the level of the origin true ancestor. Ordinary celestial kings didn't even have the qualifications to come into contact with the origin true ancestor. Even if they cultivated for countless great eras, there was still no way they could reach that step. Only when one came into contact with that level of transcendence, the deviant among deviants, would they have the qualifications to see that place. It seems like your side celestial king chose to withdraw. He is quite smart, also running quite quickly. Gu Changa stood in place, dressed in simple green silk clothes. He looked incomparably young, flowing with faint radiance, returning to his original state. He slowly walked over, sweeping his eyes over these foreign creatures, his tone extremely calm. When they heard this, these foreign creatures felt as if their heads were about to explode, their souls about to be torn apart. They didn't dare raise their heads to meet Gu Changa's eyes at all. Even those who achieved the Tao were still trembling endlessly, shaking in place, cold sweat drenching their entire bodies. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you all. It's just that I haven't returned to Immortal Domain for a long time, so I missed you a bit." Gu Changa spoke casually. Then his eyes suddenly looked towards the heavens. With a wave of his hand, the heavens shook and earth moved, the stars in the heavens all trembling. A foreign true immortal discovered in horror that his surroundings were completely restricted. Even though there was immortal light flowing about his body, trying to struggle free, it was useless. He cried out in horror, feeling like he had turned into a little chick, unable to resist at all. Originally, he was still millions and millions of li away, but in the next moment, a pair of terrifying great hands slapped down, directly grabbing him. This left him in despair, alarmed to the extreme. In his endless years of cultivation, this was the first time he encountered such a terrifying thing. This scene made all of the foreign creatures here feel horrified. They never expected the true immortal, who was already almost unmatched in their eyes, to be in such a miserable state. Yet at this moment he was in such a miserable state, captured from a distant astral region and reduced to meat on the chopping block. Was this still a high and mighty true immortal? He was simply no different from an ant. After the Forbidden Great Era, what exactly happened in Immortal Domain? Gu Changa looked at this foreign true immortal, who was alarmed to the extreme, slowly speaking, his voice without any fluctuations, as if he was asking a question, as if he was sighing softly. This foreign true immortal looked like he was only 30 to 40 years of age. There were golden wings behind him, immortal light flowing about him, extremely pure and holy. However, right now he was continuously trembling, as if his heart was gripped by a great demon. His face was pale, even his voice shaking. Replying to Great One, "After the Forbidden Great Era," he tried to explain, have Gu Changa understand, his voice full of fear. "I didn't ask you." However, Gu Changa's expression still didn't change, only shaking his head. Then he reached out a hand, directly reaching through his shining cheekbone. "Ah, Great One, please spare me!" This foreign true immortal screamed, miserably in horror, the terrifying pain making his face distort. Everyone could see that his soul was grabbed from the top of his head, and then Gu Changa looked through his memories. No one dared to disturb this process. Even the foreign true immortals in the distance trembled endlessly, their faces pale. They were worried that even they would be captured in the next moment. This was a terrifying existence that even Kuin Xian, Immortal King, was scared away. Turns out there were still so many changes. No wonder. After a long time, Gu Changa seemed to have finally understood the many changes that happened in Immortal Domain these past few years, sighing with emotion. Then, in the next moment, this true immortal soul was casually swallowed by him, not letting it leave. After the Forbidden Great Era, Immortal Domain and the higher realms separated. Most immortal Tao existences fled towards Immortal Domain. Among them, the ones in the lead were those existences who established Immortal Palace. Even though Immortal Palace already collapsed, many inheritances were still preserved. As such, on Immortal Domain side, the 5-side Immortal Domains quickly appeared. With the central side Immortal Domain as the source, it radiated in all directions, splitting into the 4-side Immortal Domains. Each Immortal Domain had an Immortal King overseeing it, some Immortal Domains even having quite a few Immortal Kings. Apart from this, in the central side Immortal Domain, there were several Palace Masters from Immortal Palace, their cultivation levels far exceeding ordinary Immortal Kings. As such, Immortal Domain temporarily stabilized. However, just like what the foreign side believed, the Forbidden Great Era's battle just happened before the Great Tribulation. Even though the Great Tribulation's descent was avoided, the Great Showdown arriving. However, when the heavens collapsed, the Great Era severed, making that period enter a forbidden state. It also caused Immortal Domain and the higher realm's life force to wither, their foundations to suffer damage. Moreover, because of the earth and heaven connection, immortal domain became rootless duckweed, while the higher realms also lost the chance to ascend to a higher realm. As such, it naturally led to a chain reaction, making immortal domain decline even more, giving the foreign side a chance to take advantage of. As such, starting from several million years ago, on immortal domain side, some immortal king's blood and chi declined, sinking into their later years, difficult to cross the 5 decrees. The foreign side invaded on a large scale, blasting open immortal domain's entrance, slaughtering their way over. Western immortal domain was connected to the foreign side's entrance, so it was naturally the first to fall. Gu Changa understood these things, but the most important thing was to consider what kind of role he was going to play in the future. Was it to follow Gu Qingyi's previous agreement, or was it to say that he didn't need to worry so much? Among this, the only thing he needed to pay attention to was actually the timing of the next Great Tribulation's descent. Next was the birth of the single true world. It was because when the single true world was born, it might also be in this boundless true world. Those heaven destroyers would take action, cultivate their swords, slaughter their way into the 9 heavens. From another perspective, the current immortal domain was actually more suitable for Gu Changa. On the foreign side, even though they fought year-round, there were still quite a few true immortals and even immortal kings. The essence that reincarnation ancient Empyrean had accumulated had long been completely refined by Gu Changa. For him, these existences were instead excellent nourishment. This scene made all of the foreign creatures tremble in fear. They didn't expect a true immortal to be captured, his soul directly searched, and then his divine soul directly devoured. These methods made them feel waves of discomfort, as if they were suddenly reduced from the high and mighty foreign overlords to livestock, life or death, disregarding their dignity. Those immortal domain descendants were also shocked, speechless by the scene. They didn't expect this great one's methods to be so cruel and cold. However, when they thought about how this was a true immortal of the foreign side, they all felt relieved, feeling incomparably happy. After all, when Western immortal domain fell, quite a few immortal domain descendants were directly treated as food by the foreign creatures. Almost all of the immortal domain descendants treated Gu Changa as a king who walked out from origin world, someone who belonged to immortal domain side. So strong, who exactly is this person? Meanwhile, at this moment, in the boundless foreign realm, Kuan Xian, immortal king's expression also changed again and again. His face that was always cold like ancient ice even more so revealed an expression of shock. He never expected that the connection between him and that incarnation of his would be instantly severed, directly destroyed by the opponent. There wasn't even the slightest chance to react. This type of tyrannical and terrifying power completely exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that it was because after the world's environment changed greatly, origin world's gate loosened, leading to that side's expert finding a path, thus arriving in immortal domain. However, he really didn't expect that such a terrifying person would appear. He had a premonition that even if his true body descended, he still wouldn't be this person's match. He reckoned that he would be killed, completely annihilated, at the immortal king level. Any instant of thought wasn't a sudden impulse, but rather a premonition, or perhaps it was a premonition towards what was about to happen in the future, raising vigilance. This wasn't fear, but rather an instinctive response after clearly recognizing that he wasn't a match. I cannot appear. This person has great terror on him, not someone the current me can face. If I rashly descend, I will be destroyed by him. Kuan Xian, immortal king, crossed over to his own Dao field, descending to the Dao field of another foreign immortal king. If he wanted to discuss this matter, he felt extremely powerless. He was alone, facing Gu Changa without any chance of victory. He needed to find other immortal kings to face him together. The foreign realm's territory couldn't just be described as vast. Even if immortal domain and the higher realms merged into one, some regions would still be far inferior. Boundless black mist surged everywhere, as if they were expanses of boundless and sinister ghost domains. This was formed from many ancient universes, tainted by Yin energy, endless, difficult to describe. Tao Friend 1. 0. When will you wake up? Western immortal domain has undergone shocking changes. An existence suspected to have awakened from reincarnation has walked out, his strength terrifying, far exceeding normal immortal kings. We need to work together to hunt him down. Kun Xian immortal king's large hand tore through the cosmos, descending to the Tao field of another foreign immortal king, waking up the sleeping existence within. An existence from reincarnation? In this part of the cosmos, a terrifying aura appeared. Then, there was a gaze that tore through the great mist. Countless foreign people bowed down, continuously kowtowing in worship. In the other Tao field, there were foreign immortal kings who were awakened by Kun Xian immortal king, their bodies exceeding 10 million zhang, condensing and appearing in the starry sky. Dark, great paths extended over one after another, rumbling as they walked out. Black lotuses covered the surroundings, black evil birds flying about, the boundless world trembling. Did the environment of heaven and earth change? Western immortal domain, there are still immortal kings left? A humanoid immortal king surrounded by gray mist suddenly opened his eyes, the light extremely cold and also extremely deep. A pair of wings grew from his back. The gate we have been searching for a long time has appeared. The figure that walked out from within is extremely terrifying. I am far from being his opponent. Kun Xian, immortal king, spoke. Stating this fact, not feeling like this was something too difficult to speak of, his tone extremely calm and direct. We will work together to kill him, and then descend into Origin Realm. In the end, he then descended into a certain region surrounded by boundless primal chaos mist, his attitude clearly a bit respectful. This was a boundless palace complex, grand and ancient, flowing with heaven illuminating radiance. After Kun Xian, immortal king, arrived, he bowed slightly in respect, saying, "There are existences from reincarnation that have awakened. I must ask Senior to provide support for us, fearing that something unexpected might happen." Chapter 8:26. This region was filled with a vast expanse of primal chaos fog. Wisps of fog fell down one after another before they continuously floated and flowed. The horizon was incredibly bleak, as if it was a land where all life was extinguished. Majestic and vast palaces stood tall in the depths of this region, flowing with radiance that illuminated the heavens. Even if true immortals came here, they would feel as if their bodies were about to explode and collapse under this aura. The gate to the ancient world of origin has opened once again. The person in the cycle of reincarnation came through that path and is now in the western celestial region. I am far from being his opponent. I am worried that something unexpected will happen. I hope that Senior will come out and help us to prevent this person from escaping. Immortal King Kun Xian had the attitude of a junior. With a hint of humility and respect, he descended in this region and spoke to the vast palaces in front of him. As the immortal king of the other world, he boasted that he was invincible in the world and could look down on all living beings. He sat at the top of the sky and looked down on everything with indifference. 1,000,000 years was just like flowing water, and it would not cause any ripples in his eyes. However, when facing the existence in the palaces, immortal king Kun Xian's attitude was very humble, and he bowed like a junior. Even though they were both immortal kings, there was a huge gap between their cultivation bases. It was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. To him, when he was still a small cultivator, this senior was already an immortal king. He controlled the destruction of all living beings and the rise and fall of billions of galaxies. Many years had passed, and he had also become a lofty immortal king from the small cultivator in the past. However, in front of the senior, he was still humble and respectful. He knew that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. This was the terrifying gap between their cultivation bases and their Tao. It was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Of course, in the boundless foreign dimension, there are many ancient existences like this senior before him. However, they were too mysterious, and even immortal kings found it difficult to be certain that they were in seclusion at the location of their slumber. Those ancient existences had even experienced the upheavals of the other true worlds. Some of them had existed since the birth of the mountain and sea world, while others had come from other true worlds and survived the calamity. They fled to this world and chose to avoid the world. All in all, in this boundlessly vast foreign universe, even immortal King Kuan-Xian didn't dare act too arrogantly, as he was deeply afraid of offending those old freaks that had lived for countless eras. The immortal king realm wasn't the end of cultivation, and there was still an extremely long way to go before he could reach the supreme level that he knew. Boom! As the Kuan-Xian immortal king finished speaking, a shocking momentum suddenly appeared in this area that was filled with boundless chaotic mist. The sky rumbled and trembled. The surrounding star areas were shaking as if they were about to fall. A terrifying breathing sound rang out in the minds of all of the surrounding cultivators, and heaven and earth began to undulate. Who woke me up? An archaic voice filled with coldness rang out, echoing throughout the entire universe. Immortal King Kuan-Xian's attitude became even more respectful as he spoke. Junior Kuan-Xian greets Senior. The other immortal kings who heard the news were also extremely shocked when they arrived. Then, their attitude became respectful. Even the incomparably arrogant and cold immortal king with black wings on his back restrained his aura and waited respectfully here. This universe was very vast. It was already very difficult to accommodate the aura and Tao of an immortal king, but at this moment there was no collision. There was an unimaginable peace. We greet Senior. These immortal kings all understood what this place meant. In front of this person, they were all juniors. Their cultivation bases and Tao techniques were definitely far inferior to this person. It was very difficult to determine the victor in the immortal king realm. However, these veteran immortal kings were different. Their control of Tao techniques and source energy far exceeded their understanding. The ancient realm of origin has reappeared. An old voice that sounded like a mumble echoed in this place. Then, the thick fog scattered, and a hunched figure wearing a black robe appeared. His face was covered by the fog, and it was impossible to see his face clearly. However, the surroundings were filled with a terrifying aura that caused the great Tao to rumble. This world seemed to be unable to bear it. Replying to Senior Ming King, it is indeed so. 1,000,000 years ago, we broke through the Western immortal realms and tried to find the entrance to the realm, but we failed. I didn't expect the gate to appear again recently. Light covered all directions, and a suspected king of reincarnation even walked out from it. He was incomparably young. I wasn't his match. Immortal King Kuan-Xian spoke, his tone respectful. He explained the matter simply, including how his avatar was destroyed by the other party's sword light. If it wasn't for him withdrawing his divine sense in time, he might have suffered serious injuries. A king who walked out from reincarnation. The eyes of the old man, called Ming King, suddenly shot out 2 terrifying sword lights, as if they were going to split the universe apart. His state of mind was in turmoil, and he could no longer remain as calm as before. I didn't expect to be able to encounter an existence from reincarnation in this world. Who knows? It might even be an acquaintance from the past. Ming King slowly spoke. With a wave of his sleeve, the universe before his eyes rumbled, directly tearing apart. He walked out with large steps, heading towards the immortal realms. When they heard this, immortal King Kuan-Xian and the others' minds were all shaken. They knew that this senior had already existed before the taboo great era, and then followed behind him. There were 4 immortal kings following behind him. They were the current foreign realm's undisputed rulers, all of them grasping several universes. Behind them were millions and millions of clansmen, establishing themselves as king clans high up above. In terms of status, They were the lords of king clans. In the present era, their lifespans could also be described as endless, able to overlook the changes of great eras. However, today they moved out together, heading towards immortal realms, tearing open a great passage between the universes. This matter triggered a huge commotion in the foreign realm. The various king clans all sent out true immortals to follow behind, slaughtering their way into Western immortal realms together. Meanwhile, right now, in Western immortal realms, great waves were still stirring. All of the foreign cultivators who arrived before heaven connecting ancient city trembled endlessly, not daring to move in the slightest. After personally witnessing Gu Changa's coldness and cruelty, even true immortals shivered in fear, not daring to act recklessly. It was instead many immortal realms' descendants who felt extremely moved. When they personally saw the foreign people's fearful and uneasy appearances, they felt incredibly carefree inside. All this time, immortal realms' descendants hid everywhere, worried that they would be found by the foreign creatures. After experiencing that great battle 1,000,000 years ago, Western immortal realms could be said to have already fallen apart. Now, supreme being realm cultivators were already extinct, let alone those who achieved the Tao and true immortals. Back then, most of the experts all fled to other immortal realms. Western immortal realms became an abandoned land, occupied by the foreign clans. Not too long ago, Western immortal realms was flourishing to the extreme, clans standing in great numbers. Under the rule of immortal kings, it was full of vitality, peaceful and quiet. That disaster 1,000,000 years ago destroyed Western immortal realms, also destroying all of this peace, making all of immortal realms' descendants become rats crossing the street, fleeing in all directions. Many people could only come to the desolate mountains and ridges, live and reproduce here. Just that I wonder which immortal king this great one was. Even that foreign immortal king was scared away. His strength is definitely deep and immeasurable. Origin realm is incredibly mysterious. Perhaps apart from this great one, there are other experts. If they all appear, they can definitely chase away all of the foreign creatures. Western immortal realms returning to its former prosperous and peaceful state is just around the corner. At this moment, many immortal realms' descendants couldn't help but imagine this scene, their emotions surging uncontrollably with excitement. Gu Changa listened to the discussions of these immortal realms' descendants, his expression incomparably calm, not showing the slightest bit of fluctuation. He calmly gazed at the heaven region, able to sense boundless fluctuations that were currently descending from the distant regions. However, that wasn't the direction of the foreign realm, but rather the other immortal realms. The other immortal realms should still have immortal kings. They should have sensed the fluctuations here as well, wishing to come and take a look. The big red bird couldn't help but speak up. Even though he previously only existed as Gu Xian, Ai's artifact spirit, that didn't mean that he didn't have experience. One had to understand that when he was the heaven-slicing sword, the immortal kings he cut down could be said to be innumerable. Gu Changa nodded, and a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his lips. Now that you mention it, it's quite laughable. 663. They only dare to show themselves at this time. Normally, even if they know that many of their descendants in this region are being slaughtered by the foreign creatures, they still only dare to hide in their own dojos. These are the current kings of the immortal realms. He shook his head lightly. He didn't mock them, just felt that it was quite funny. This was the immortal realms that Gu Qingyi had always wanted to protect. However, Gu Changa still didn't know where Gu Qingyi was. As the true spirit of the mountain and sea world, it could be said that many of the people in this world, including those from the immortal realms and the foreign realm, were born under her watch. As the true spirit of this world, the meaning of her existence was actually no different from that of the heavenly Tao. However, in the form of a true spirit, it meant that she had given birth to her own will, and she could come to this world in the form of a living creature. The war between the foreign realm and the immortal realms was just like the existence of yin and yang, the existence of the real and the false. It was the destiny of the heavenly Tao, and it served as a shackle to each other's destruction, maintaining the balance. However, as a true spirit, Gu Qingyi was clearly biased towards the immortal realms. However, the immortal realms clearly didn't improve under her protection. Instead, the internal strife was rather serious. Otherwise, how did the 5 directions immortal realms come to be? If there weren't so many things, how could the foreign realm defeat them one by one? Even though there were some living creatures in the foreign realm who had secretly colluded with the existences of the other true worlds, or perhaps because they had some connection with the origin world, the immortal realms had already declined. In just 1,000,000 years, the immortal realms had already declined to this day, to the point where they were far inferior to the higher realms. Gu Chang'e remembered the plan he had discussed with Gu Qingyi in the past, and could only shake his head lightly in his heart. He stood on the opposite side of the immortal realms with his identity as the Demon Master, and he planned to destroy Zhu Yu and Gu Qingyi's plan with a single hand. But how could he not have his own selfish desires? If this decaying and dilapidated immortal realms were to die earlier, then perhaps a new life could be born. That way, before the next war of the heavens descended, perhaps 1 or 2 outliers could be born. These 1 or 2 outliers might be able to help his plan. Chapter 8:27. Western Immortal Domain was adjacent to the other side, ever since Western Heaven Gate was broken through 1,000,000 years ago. The other side's creatures were even more so able to come and go as they pleased without any obstruction. Western Heaven Gate was a gate built by immortal kings after the Forbidden Great Era, condensed with supreme laws, able to resist the invasion of immortal kings from the other side. That was why 1,000,000 years ago the gate was broken through. Now, Western Immortal Domain was equivalent to a gate wide open, no longer able to stop those foreign great armies. Now, in the various universes of Western Immortal Domain, one could see the foreign races occupying them. The original orthodox powers were all wiped out, even those who achieved the Tao extinct, let alone those true immortal existences. In front of heaven-connecting ancient city, Gu Chang'e's expression was calm, returning to his original state. There was not the slightest bit of magical force, fluctuations spreading from his body, just like an ordinary mortal. However, in the eyes of all living creatures and cultivators, he was extremely aloof and exceptional. On his tall and straight body, there seemed to be traces of the great Tao faintly discernible. Among some immortal domain descendants, many young men and women were filled with endless reverence and fanaticism, long treating Gu Chang'e as an immortal king who came from the realm of origin. Right now, he looked towards the distant sky dome. There were waves of immortal light scattering down, accompanied by a sparkling and translucent great golden path that extended over. There were even irregular scenes that appeared between heaven and earth. There were heavenly horses flowing with immortal light pulling a carriage, hurrying over. There was similarly chaotic energy on the coachman's body, a supreme being who achieved the Tao. Behind him, divine light flashed streak after streak. Several figures were quickly rushing over, their auras not weak, riding divine rainbows or auspicious beasts. Chi, 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 they were extremely aloof, their bodies carrying immortal energy. There was immortal aura spreading, completely different from the ordinary immortal domain people of Western Immortal Domain. Their cultivations also already reached the true immortal realm. Moreover, shockingly, a figure that was coiled by immortal light sat upright within the carriage at the front, and strands of grand Tao fragments interweaved with each other in the surroundings. This was a half-step immortal king existence, moreover belonging to immortal domain side. However, when they saw this group of powerful cultivators descend, the expressions of many immortal domain descendants didn't change in the slightest, even carrying hostility and resentment. The big red bird was a bit startled. I thought that there were no more true immortals in the current immortal region. They are cultivators from the southern celestial realm. When our western celestial realm was invaded, they even sent experts to plunder us. They wanted to seize the foundation treasure of our celestial realm, and they even wanted to get their hands on the remains of our king. They are the same as the other side, not anything good at all. A descendant of the western immortal realm recognized the group of cultivators who had just arrived. He could not help but say furiously. Their eyes carried great resentment and hatred, viewing southern immortal domain's cultivators as being on the same side as the other side, not showing them the slightest bit of kindness. Therefore, in front of Gu Changa, they did not hide the truth, hoping that Gu Changa would uphold justice for them. Upon hearing the words of the western immortal domain's descendants, the expressions of the group of cultivators who had rushed over to sky-penetrating city changed slightly. However, Gu Changa's expression did not change. He even acted as if he did not hear what they said. He had no intention of standing up for the western immortal realms. The reason he came to the celestial realm this time, apart from confirming his own speculations, was actually to return the celestial realm to the upper realm. The laws of the two realms collided and merged. Now that he was the true master of the upper realm, he could naturally take over the celestial realm. Moreover, according to the original situation, he was the demon lord who had once destroyed the heavens. How could he have the leisure to help the celestial realm at this time? Gu Changa indeed had no interest in this. He was waiting in front of sky-penetrating city, naturally waiting for someone with authority to appear. However, the celestial king of the southern celestial realm was clearly very cautious. After sensing his aura, he chose to wait and see, and then send a half-step celestial king existence over. It had to be said that such a cautious attitude made Gu Changa take another look. We greet, say, Lord. Soon, divine rainbows descended from the sky. These true immortals all respectfully arrived in front of Gu Changa and spoke. They didn't know how to address the incomparably young Gu Changa. They originally wanted to call him senior, but they changed their words and called him Lord. In their eyes, Gu Changa's strength was unfathomable. Even the foreign immortal king Kuan Xian was scared away. Moreover, his bone age was incomparably young. This point couldn't be hidden at all. One had to know that even in the celestial realm, in an extremely prosperous period, reaching the Tao in tens of thousands of years was already considered a peerless talent. In those true immortal families and immortal king families, they were all top geniuses. But how old was Gu Changa's bone age? Only a few hundred. This was something that they didn't dare to imagine in the celestial realm, especially when he came from the origin realm where the laws were incomplete. They couldn't help but suspect that Gu Changa was a certain existence in the cycle of reincarnation that had awakened. Gu Changa swept his gaze over this group of true immortals. His gaze was very calm, but when it landed in their eyes, it was like true thunder had exploded in their sea of consciousness, making their souls feel like they were about to collapse. Then they felt incomparably terrified. Previously, a foreign true immortal was devoured by Gu Changa after his soul was searched. That scene was witnessed from afar, so now they were all trembling in fear, extremely terrified. No matter what, Gu Changa came out of the origin realm, more or less. It was related to the celestial realm. If the southern celestial realm pretended not to know about this, what would they face next? In fact, they also braced themselves and came. In the current era, the various celestial realms were separated from each other, not interfering with each other. After so many eras they were about to split up, how could they care about the affairs of the other celestial realms? They were also a little worried that Gu Changa would blame them for the fall of the western celestial realm. Jin Yuan greets, Lord. That half-step immortal king on the carriage also appeared at this moment, walking out. His face even looked a little young, like a child, but he had the body of a middle-aged man. He was dressed in clean white immortal clothes, his entire body shining, shrouded in fragments of the great Tao. A half-step immortal king existence, one of the most famous experts in the southern celestial realm, invincible apart from immortal kings. In the southern celestial realm, there was almost no cultivator who didn't recognize him. Many people who admired him called him Jin Wang. However, he was actually still very far from the true immortal king realm. The difference between immortal king and half-step immortal king was like that between true immortal and Tao attainment. Who is the current ruler of the southern celestial realm? Gu Chang'e casually glanced at this person, asking. Replying to Lord, the southern celestial realm is currently ruled by Bodhi King and Moon King. Jin Yuan said respectfully. When he mentioned Bodhi King and Yanming Immortal King, his face was filled with respect. Of course, Bodhi King and Moon King were not their real names. After all, existences at the level of immortal kings, ordinary creatures would feel something when their names were mentioned. This was just the name that all living beings respected them for so many years. Moon King? From the Yu clan? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but raise his brows. He thought that this Yu clan might be related to the unparalleled celestial dynasty, because the surname Yu is very rare. If that was the case, then this Yu clan might be related to the clan behind Yu Mingkong. At this moment, on the other side, the vast and boundless northern celestial realm, compared to the western celestial realm, was a rare and peaceful pure land. There were no disputes or chaos. Immortal Qi was boundless, and the various universes were magnificent scenes. The divine mountains were tall and majestic, and immortal waterfalls fell. Some immortal islands floated, and there were cultivators coming and going. They were either meditating or discussing the Tao with each other. The heaven and earth here were filled with a peaceful aura, giving people a sense of peace. Some places were very dense with immortal fog, fluttering in the wind. Purple light lingered on the mountain peaks, and in some lakes auspicious birds and beasts were crying, spreading their wings and soaring between heaven and earth. There were gates and great formations separating the various celestial realms. Even if it was an immortal king, it would still be difficult for them to break through, needing to spend an extremely long amount of time and cultivation to break through. That was why the northern celestial realm was now extremely peaceful, not like the western celestial realm where it was occupied by the foreign side. Many celestial realm descendants fled in all directions, becoming food for the foreign side. In the northern celestial realm, one could even see quite a few true immortal figures roaming about, lecturing in various Tao temples. Moreover, in the current northern celestial realm, there were a total of 3 immortal kings ruling, the 3 most ancient immortal king clans. Apart from this, there were quite a few true immortal families, true immortal inheritances, thriving and thriving. It could be said that they were isolated from the rest of the world, not participating in the great battles of the other celestial realms. Back then, when the western celestial realm was broken through, there were experts who came to ask for help. However, they were all rejected outside Northern Heaven Gate. Those who approached were even killed by the heavenly soldiers, extremely cold and indifferent. For the northern celestial realms, 3 immortal kings. They didn't have great ambitions, nor did they wish to interfere with the matters of the other celestial realms. They only wished for their own Tao temples and territories to not be affected, to be independent from the world of mortals, transcending worldly affairs. A shocking change has appeared in the western celestial realm. It is suspected that the gate leading to the realm of origin has reappeared. Through that heaven-connecting ancient city, one can head to that realm. There are reincarnated existences that have awakened from within. The Tao temples of the 3 immortal kings just happen to be located in 3 different directions of the northern celestial realm. They formed a perfect triangle between each other, guarding the northern celestial realm, making it unbreakable. Now, in an ancient city surging with boundless immortal mist, dazzling ancient trees bloomed, a rain of light scattering down. A white-haired old man sat in the depths. Below the Tao platform was endless primal chaos mist. His face was ancient, expression calm, as if it contained endless ancient history, temperament deep and aloof. Now he lightly opened his mouth, as if he was conversing with someone. Rumble! The void trembled, and then it collapsed, revealing the boundless starry cosmos. A red-haired figure walked out, great Tao fragments swirling around his body. His face was blurry, an aura that could crush the heavens pervading the air. Even if the realm of origin appears again, it has nothing to do with us. The current celestial realm is no longer the same as before. The eras have collapsed, and all eras have become ruins. Those existences of the past have long perished, completely lost in the cycle of reincarnation. Even if we stand in the immortal king realm, we are merely ripples in the torrent of the great era, and we are of no use at all. If we have the time, why don't we spend another lifetime and be prepared to survive before the calamity descends? The red-haired figure spoke coldly, not caring about what was happening in the western celestial realm at all. The white-haired old man sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree sighed softly and said, "But I keep having an uneasy feeling. I'm afraid something is about to happen." As an immortal king, especially one who had stood in this realm for a long time, he didn't feel that his feelings would be wrong. "You mean those existences in the cycle of reincarnation are about to return?" The red-haired figure's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly thought of something. For them to be able to cultivate to the level of a mortal king, not only were they extremely talented, but they were also the true children of destiny for several eras, bearing the fate of all eras. More importantly, they had obtained the blessings left behind by those who had perished in the past. True immortals were common, but immortal kings were rare. Even if it was an immortal king clan, with an immortal king overseeing and personally guiding the younger generation, it was difficult to say that they would be able to nurture another immortal king. The conditions were so harsh that it was simply unimaginable and inconceivable. Having reached this step, it could be said that they had reached the end. It was difficult to see the path ahead clearly, and they didn't even know where the path ahead was. In other words, they had already exhausted all their talent and opportunities. They could leave behind their own techniques and paths for future generations to comprehend and learn, but it was absolutely impossible for future generations to reach their heights. Of course, it wasn't difficult for their descendants to become true immortals. With the accumulation of cultivation techniques, resources, opportunities, and a long time, they would naturally be able to reach this step. To the Tao teachings of the clans in the immortal region, what they lacked the least was time. There is such a possibility. After the Forbidden Era, the heavens in the true mountain and sea world disappeared. At that time, we were just small cultivators who followed our seniors to the immortal region. From then on, we were cut off from the world of origins. In the blink of an eye, countless eras passed. The supreme warriors of the past have either disappeared or died. We have also reached this level, but even we can easily live for so many years, so how could those supreme warriors of the past die for no reason? The more we reach this step, the more I can sense the difference between us and those sages of the past. Perhaps they are setting up a shocking plan and are waiting for a chance. To me, this chance is perhaps the time when those people in the cycle of reincarnation reappear in the world. The old man with white hair and white beard shook his head. A wise light shone in his eyes. When he heard this, the pupils of the red-haired figure could not help but shrink, and he fell silent. In truth, a large reason why the immortal region was split into 5 sides was because those sages of the past had disappeared. These juniors had reached this realm, then established their own clans and ruled over the current immortal region. If they wanted to find traces of those sages of the past, then they had to go to the central immortal region. Some of the clans that had left the world of origins had actually settled down there. However, the central immortal region was isolated by the chaotic heavenly river, and a supreme rune had been set up there. It had long since stopped caring about the matters of the outside world, and it was even more detached than the immortal regions. Some people guessed that those sages of the past had died in some place due to their chi and blood drying up. There were also some who guessed that they had suffered great injuries during the Forbidden Era, and because they could not heal, they died later on. After all, many of those sages of the past were the immortals of a mortal palace who had once unified the true mountain and sea world. Besides, the great palace master of a mortal palace in the past had a cultivation base that surpassed that of an immortal king. He had even forced the progenitor of the foreign realm's sovereign race to cede the vast universe of the foreign realm to him, and from then on, he left the immortal region. It was said that this sort of existence had suffered unimaginable injuries during the Forbidden Era's battle. He was heavily injured by that forbidden existence, and he had almost withered away and died on the spot. Not long after, he died in meditation. However, the location of his true corpse was a mystery. Immortal Palace fell apart, and the might it once had when it unified the true mountain and sea world also completely disintegrated. Many of the immortals at that time were killed and buried together with that epic. The later immortals came to the immortal region and tried to rebuild Immortal Palace's former glory. However, they also failed later on. No one knew what sort of taboo was triggered. Because of this, the 5 directions immortal regions were born. Chapter 828. Reporting to my lord, the Moon Monarch is indeed from the Yu clan, the most ancient clan in the southern immortal domain. In front of sky-piercing ancient city, Gold Ingot spoke respectfully. When Gu Changa mentioned the Yu clan, he was a little surprised. After all, this was something only the living beings of the southern immortal domain knew, and Gu Changa had clearly just arrived in the immortal domain. However, it was also possible that he might know the ancestor of the Yu clan. Thinking of this, Gold Ingot was even more respectful. Although he was a half-step immortal king in front of Gu Changa, he still felt that terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even in front of a true immortal king, he had never felt this way. Therefore, Gold Ingot was very sure that the foreign immortal king Kuan Xian was indeed scared away, and not because of any fear or other reasons. This was purely because he sensed that he was no match for Gu Changa in front of him, so he quickly left this universe. The current Moon Monarch could only be considered a descendant of the Yu clan. He inherited the legacy of his ancestor, which was why he took the step of immortal king and looked down on the entire immortal domain. The Yu clan could be said to be the most ancient clan in the southern immortal domain. As for the Bodhi king, he was a mysterious immortal king from a distant universe. It was said that he was related to Buddhism, and the methods he passed down were all Zen Buddhist scriptures. In the southern immortal domain, he established a Buddhist kingdom to deliver all living beings from torment, and even passed down the Bodhisattva and Arhat Buddhas. His believers spread across several universes, but his true strength was a mystery. Gu Changa nodded. Although the Yu clan might be related to the unparalleled immortal dynasty behind Yumingkong, for him, it didn't have much of an effect. The immortal domain and the upper realm had been separated for so many eras. The former clans had long evolved and developed into different clans, and even the immortal domain was divided into 5 sides. Things like bloodlines were even thinner. Moreover, in addition to the Yu clan, the Longevity Gu clan, Longevity Wang clan, and other orthodoxies actually had a foothold in the immortal domain. As for which immortal domain they were in had already been destroyed or had taken root in the foreign domain. This was not something Gu Changa had to consider. He wasn't interested and didn't care. Then which immortal king's subordinate are you? Gu Changa glanced at Jin Yuan, then looked at the true immortals behind him and asked in a casual tone, "My lord, I am here on the Moon Prince's orders," Jin Yuan said respectfully. In any case, he was a half-step immortal king. From a certain perspective, even immortal kings would be slightly more courteous to him. Calling him a subordinate seemed a little too casual. However, in front of Gu Changa, he did not dare to show his dissatisfaction. "Then why did the Moon Prince ask you to come here? Did he not have feet? Or do you not have the guts to appear in front of me?" Gu Changa still spoke in a casual and simple tone. She asked casually. When they heard these words, the cultivators and creatures here, regardless of whether they were from immortal domain or the foreign realm, All of them broke out in cold sweat, their expressions changing slightly. From these many actions, they couldn't tell which side Guchanga was on. At this time, the many descendants of Immortal Domain in the Western Immortal Domain didn't know what to say. It was obvious that Guchanga didn't stand up for them and help them restore the glory of the Western Immortal Domain. Beads of sweat appeared on Jinyuan's forehead, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Others couldn't sense it, but he could. The moment Guchanga's words fell, his heart seemed to be gripped. Even if he was a half-step Immortal King, if he said the wrong thing, he would still face the fate of death. The Moon Prince is currently holding a banquet in the Southern Immortal Domain to congratulate my lord's arrival, so she ordered me to come here to welcome you. Jinyuan could only brace himself and say, trembling with fear. The Moon Prince asked him to come here to determine Guchanga's intentions, to know if he had any enmity. One had to understand that at this time, a mysterious existence whose cultivation was unfathomable suddenly appeared in the Immortal Domain, and even immortal kings were scared away, was enough to stir up the current situation in the Immortal Domain. Meanwhile, the Moon Prince was also cautious, not willing to leave the Dao field she was in rashly, worried that she would be ambushed and killed by other foreign immortal kings in the Western Immortal Domain. Is that so? Guchanga smiled faintly and didn't mention this matter again. He only asked this to test the Moon Prince's attitude. However, being so cautious didn't seem like the style of an immortal king. The current Immortal Domain couldn't be said to be in a state of panic, but it was pretty close. That Moon Prince didn't dare personally come here, partly because she didn't know his intentions, not knowing if he was a friend or foe, and also partly because she feared the foreign immortal kings. The other true immortals in the Southern Immortal Domain also looked like they let out a long sigh of relief. They were worried that Guchanga would attack them, and also worried that Guchanga would stand up for the Western Immortal Domain. However, their worries were clearly unfounded. Now, even the many descendants in the Western Immortal Domain didn't know Guchanga's intentions for coming here. The present Western Immortal Domain has long fallen, the various immortal cities already occupied by the foreign side, the resources divided up by the foreign king clans. Sir, why don't you move to our Southern Immortal Domain? The Moon Prince is willing to share the world with Sir. Then Jinyin spoke again, bringing up the matter of the Moon Prince being willing to rule over the Southern Immortal Domain with Guchanga. At the same time, he wanted to use this matter to probe Guchanga's intentions. If Guchanga was interested in ruling over the Immortal Domain, then the Moon Prince would definitely make some decisions about this. After all, apart from the Western Immortal Domain, the other immortal domains all had immortal kings overseeing them, especially the Northern Immortal Domain, which even had 3 immortal kings. In comparison, the Southern Immortal Domain only had 2 immortal kings. Moreover, the Bodhi King was extremely special. He did not interfere in the affairs of the Immortal Domain, and would occasionally appear in the Buddhist nation to explain the scriptures of the great Tao to the Buddhist nation's believers. In other words, the Southern Immortal Domain was actually only controlled by the Moon Prince alone. If the foreign side attacked and occupied it, it was equivalent to saying that she would have to face the vast foreign army alone, as well as the many immortal kings of the foreign side. The result would naturally be no exception, just like the Western Immortal Domain. When they heard this, the expressions of everyone in front of Heaven Connecting Ancient City changed. They didn't expect the Moon Prince to actually be willing to propose the condition of ruling the world together. In terms of the present 5 directions Immortal Domain, the Southern Immortal Domain could be said to be a vast universe. Its territory was endless, and its resources were even more abundant. Moreover, the present 5 directions Immortal Domain could actually be compared to a shrunken universe. On the whole, it could be considered a large and complete universe. The difference was that within this large and complete universe, there were countless smaller universes, which could be equivalent to a vast and boundless starry sky. In the many universes governed by the Southern Immortal Domain, there were many clans and orthodoxies, true immortal clans, and even some clans that had once produced immortal kings. These clans had deep foundations, and some had been passed down since the taboo era until now. There were even some that were even older. Even the foreign immortal kings coveted these foundations and resources. Yet now the Moon Prince planned to divide them up and give them to Gu Changa? Rule the world with me? Gu Changa's expression suddenly became a little strange. Then there was a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, and he said, "Are you sure the Moon Prince said this personally?" Indeed, the Moon Prince said it personally. She wouldn't lie to you, sir. Jin Yuan didn't know what Gu Changa meant by this, but he kept feeling that there was a strange look in his eyes, as if there was another intention. However, before such an existence, he didn't dare to make wild guesses. Since that's the case, then go back and tell the Moon Prince to wait. When she's ready, I'll come and take this world. If she dares to lie to me, even if the Moon Clan's ancestor revives, I'll make her true spirit scatter, body and soul destroyed. Gu Changa smiled faintly, but his tone was unquestionable. Jin Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, sir. The Moon Prince said this personally. The heavens and earth can bear witness. If she goes back on her words, then the Moon Prince will be affected by karma. She won't dare to fool you so easily." He trembled with fear. He had a feeling that there was a huge problem with the Moon Prince's test this time. This person before him had casually said something that made him tremble in fear, and he didn't dare to think about it carefully. The Moon Clan's ancestor revives? Could it be that this person knew the Moon Clan's ancestor? However, the Moon Clan had existed before the taboo era. They were closely related to the Moon God, the innate god at the beginning of the world. When he thought up to this point, even if Jin Yuan was a half-step immortal king, he still felt a lingering fear, and he didn't dare to think further. Reincarnation was the most mysterious thing in this world. At a certain level, every word and action would involve great karma. This person before him mentioned the Moon Clan's ancestor without any hesitation, which could only mean that he didn't care at all. Such a background could no longer be described as terrifying. Everyone here naturally heard these words. Although it was only a few words, it contained a lot of inconceivable information. Many of the foreign realm beings turned pale, and they were anxious and uneasy, waiting for Gu Changa to decide their fate. Boom! Right at this moment, a blinding light swept over from the end of the western celestial realm. That place was a foreign realm, and there was a boundless aura blowing over. Great chaos collided between heaven and earth, and the rumbling sound of the universe operating rang out. A terrifying aura surged over like a wave. The starry sky in the western celestial realm was cracking like a spider web, as if it couldn't bear so many powerful auras at once. Rolling fog surged as if it was pushed by a pair of invisible and terrifying hands, heading towards the heavenly gate in the western celestial realm that had long since collapsed. Rumble! Several terrifying figures suddenly appeared. Their gazes were extremely cold, as if they had been standing there since the beginning of the world. Primal chaos mist descended, accompanied by rich immortal energy. There was shocking supreme divine might that pervaded the air, enough to crush ancient history. Behind them, there were even more time fragments that fluttered about, the blurry shadows of the great river of time visible. Their magical bodies were incredibly large, even the starry sky propped open. The stellar river flowed at their sides like mist, making them seem even more insignificant. These were several immortal kings, all of them descending in the western celestial realm's borderland, as tall as heaven and earth. They raised their great hands, crushing over. This was a world-ending scene, heaven and earth becoming dark, the sun, moon, and stars all becoming dim, Tao methods and natural laws releasing cracking sounds. Great Tao chains extended, wishing to seal up that place, but they immediately broke apart. An ocean of natural laws erupted there, all types of supreme Tao methods deriving from it, all of them condensed into this palm. At this moment, it was as if a matchless demon was going to come out and destroy the world. Western Heavenly Gate was damaged to the extreme, and now cracks appeared once more. This sort of might that belonged to a peerless immortal king caused all living beings and cultivators to feel horrified. Being stared at by their gazes caused them to feel as if they were instantly ants, and even those that had attained the Tao would be transformed into powder in an instant. Autumn winds swept through the fallen leaves. Even if it was an extremely powerful expert in the immortal Tao domain, when faced with these immortal king existences, they would still instantly feel despair. Back then, when Western celestial realm was broken through, the immortal kings that descended weren't more than this. Foreign immortal kings. Moreover, there are 4 of them. Are they all going to descend here? In front of heaven-connecting ancient city, the expressions of Jin Yuan and the other cultivators from southern celestial realm all changed, their scalps exploding. They never expected the foreign realm to muster such great forces for immortal kings appearing. Moreover, every single one of them possessed strength that was terrifyingly heaven overflowing. These 4 immortal kings' eyes were cold. They towered in western celestial realm's borderland, reaching out their great hands, wishing to tear apart this realm's natural laws and Tao methods, their true bodies descending here. The eyes of all of western celestial realms, people became filled with fear. They thought back to the day when the immortal kings died. There were also so many foreign immortal kings that appeared. That battle was too terrifying. Using the term world wiping out wouldn't be an exaggeration. Western celestial realm collapsed, great continents and life stars all exploding, flying towards various parts of the starry sky. Countless celestial realms people were even more so silently annihilated in that battle, turning into ashes, thus disappearing. Our side's immortal kings have descended. This is too great. There are 4 kings who descended. Even the immortal kings of the other celestial realms wouldn't dare interfere. We're saved. 4 kings are moving through the sky in the current celestial realm. Who can contend against them? This is an unsolvable situation. Many foreign creatures cheered, feeling incomparably moved. This scene was simply like seeing light in the darkness, making them feel incredibly excited. After all, even if it was them, very few of them had seen foreign immortal kings before. This was even more so when 4 kings moved through the sky, crushing over, wishing to tear apart Western Celestial Realm's barrier. Just like last time when they attacked Western Celestial Realm, their true bodies descending. This type of scene was also extremely rare on the foreign side. Normally, the immortal kings were all in their own Tao temples, sleeping for millions of years at every turn. However, from this situation, one could see just how much importance the foreign kings attached to Guchanga. 4 kings? The expression of the big red bird that followed at Guchanga's side also changed. It originally thought that there wouldn't be any dangers on this trip, that they were just returning to Celestial Realm. However, for immortal kings in this era might already be the pinnacle of strength. Even if Guchanga was incomparably mysterious, his strength deep and immeasurable, it still wasn't certain that he could contend against 4 immortal kings. However, when it gave Guchanga a look, seeing that his expression didn't change at all, to the extent where the corners of his lips still carried a faint smile. For some reason, that bit of worry vanished like smoke into thin air. 4 immortal kings? Are they in a hurry to deliver me their source? Guchanga, indeed, couldn't hold himself back, releasing a faint laugh. Chapter 829. The big red bird stared blankly, almost doubting if it heard incorrectly. Then it reacted. Guchanga's words weren't a joke. He really was treating these 4 foreign immortal kings as source nourishment. This made the big red bird think back to when Guchanga was in the higher realms, wiping out many backing figures, scheming against the higher realms' heavens, his coldness and ruthlessness. At that time, Guchanga was even more vicious, treating all life in this world as nourishment, wiping out just how many orthodoxies and universes. The immeasurable common people's cultivators were simply too many to count, let alone the clans that were indirectly wiped out because of this. Moreover, it knew about Gu Changa's other identity, world-destroying demon lord. Even now, the big red bird still didn't know what exactly happened before the forbidden great era that would make Gu Changa take action, destroy immortal palaces, make the heavens collapse, becoming a forbidden era of absolute darkness in the eyes of later generations. Even though right now it was the artifact spirit of Gu Xian, Er's heaven punishing sword, following at Gu Changa's side, returning to immortal domain, revisiting old memories. However, it still couldn't see through Gu Changa's thoughts. Oh, that's not right. There is still an immortal king hiding in the shadows. Gu Changa spoke again, his expression not changing at all, the corners of his lips still carrying a faint smile as he gazed into the limits of the distant heavens. Darkness swept over like a tide, engulfing over. Heaven and earth immediately entered dusky darkness. Many star domains, even more so, began to tremble, about to fall. The sun, moon, and stars were all about to collapse, all worlds returning to ruins, endless time seemingly crying out in grief. There is still an immortal king. The big red bird, even more so, couldn't help but tremble. This meant that right now, in the foreign realm, there are 5 immortal kings who descended. From southern immortal domain's half-step immortal king, namely Jin Yuan's words, it also learned that even in southern immortal domain, on the surface, there were only 2 immortal kings. One of them was even the Bodhi king who didn't care about worldly affairs, standing in Buddha country. In the current immortal domain, there might really not be any immortal domain that had the power to contend against 5 immortal kings. Using the immortal king as a source of nourishment, Jin Yuan, who was standing respectfully in front of Gu Changa, was so shocked by these words that he felt a chill run down his spine. His scalp felt like it was going to explode. He almost doubted his own ears. It was hard for him to believe that all of this was said by someone else. Regarding immortal kings as source nourishment, this was quite the boastful tone. Throughout the ages, who would dare to speak like this? However, under Gu Changa's casual tone, he did not dare to doubt the authenticity of these words. He even thought back to the scene of Gu Changa raising his hand, grabbing a foreign true immortal, and then swallowing him in one gulp after searching his soul. His gaze suddenly changed from reverence to fear. As a half-step immortal king, his entire body was trembling at this moment while he felt terrified and uneasy in his heart, and he wasn't as natural as before. Boom! Endless light erupted, and the laws surged like a vast ocean. Western immortal domains, heaven and earth, were collapsing. Even when it was occupied by the foreign great army a million years ago, it still wasn't this terrifying. 4 matchless immortal kings towered in the borderland, as if they were demonic figures who had existed before the creation of heaven and earth. Their eyes were cold. They raised their palms, slowly pressing forward. The entire ancient expanse of history was about to collapse, the magical bodies already exceeding the limits of what this world could support. The starry sky above split apart, producing countless spiderweb-like cracks. Terrifying winds rushed out from those cracks, mixed with chaotic energy and overflowing radiance. It was simply like a world-destroying autumn wind, about to make the current Western immortal domain fall into decline again. Foreign immortal kings, are they going to destroy the world? Who will save us? Immortal domain's past kings, your current people are currently being slaughtered by foreign immortal kings. Countless Western immortal domain descendants saw the scene, all of them trembling in fear, their entire bodies shaking. Many people were crying out, full of despair. A million years ago, Western immortal domain's gate was broken through by the foreign great army. At that time, there were foreign immortal kings who took action, rushing through the sky, great hands hacking down. The entire cosmos was cracking apart, and then Western heavenly gate collapsed. In the end, even Western Immortal Domain's kings were killed there, brought back to Western Immortal Domain under blood-soaked, tattered banners. Several million years passed. Could it be that the past scene was going to play out again? The Western Immortal Domain descendants, who were originally excited because of the appearance of the realm of origin, now felt despair and fear. For kings move through the sky, unmatched, looking down on endless generations, existing forever. Meanwhile, the foreign creatures were all cheering excitedly, bowing in that direction, continuously kowtowing. There were figures everywhere in the heavens above and earth below. Great sounds of worship and prayer could be heard from various parts of the starry sky as well. That is the mysterious person Kuan Xian you all feel apprehension towards. At the limits of heaven and earth, an immortal king with a pair of black wings on his back spoke, at the same time gazing into the depths of Western Immortal Domain. His entire body was surrounded by pitch-black mist, his true appearance impossible to see clearly. Thick mist surrounded him, chaotic mist swirling in all directions, powerful beyond compare. Just by standing there, the entire cosmos seemed to be unable to hold his true body. Just a single strand of hair was heavy, as if it could crush a world. This was a foreign king named Immortal King Qingming. His cultivation was profound, achieving Immortal King status many great eras ago. Qingming was a type of strange beast of this world, his true body impossible to see. It was rumored that he could reach the most distant lands of this world, reaching all the way up to Qingming, down to the 9 netherworlds, hence his name. Immortal King Qingming even more so grasped this world's extreme speed Dao, even exceeding time. His face was blurry, only his cold and deep eyes were like 2 green bright moons, floating at the limits of heaven and earth, overlooking everything below. Right now, even though he already restrained his Dao technique, great Dao traces still appeared, clashing with the other immortal kings in the surroundings. To be more precise, the birth of an immortal king was already the limit of what the Dao technique could support. Even though Western Immortal Domain was formed from many universes, right now there were 4 immortal kings who descended. It is indeed him. He came through that legendary gate, cutting down my descending magical body with just a thought, almost following the karma threads to find my true body. If not for me retreating in time, I fear that I would have long been seriously injured. This person's strength is deep and immeasurable, definitely in existence from the reincarnation era. He might even be someone from before the Forbidden Great Era. Qingming, you cannot underestimate him. Immortal King Kuan Xian said with a heavy voice. His qi and blood were boundless like Wang Yang, dressed in Dao robes. From his outer appearance, it was hard to associate him with a foreign immortal king, to the extent where he looked like an unmatched existence from Taoism. Immortal King Qingming's eyes were like unmatched divine swords, wishing to break through the shackles of this world, tear apart the great Dao shackles, and descend towards Western Immortal Domain. Whether or not it is, as you say, we will only know after personally witnessing it. He spoke, his voice calm and cold. Immortal King Kuan Xian nodded, not saying too much. He knew that only when Immortal King Qingming and the others personally experienced that youngster's terror would they understand that what he said wasn't false. As Immortal King existences, those who could reach this step were all children of heaven's mandate of every great era. They had shouldered the mandate of heaven, slaughtering their way out from countless heavenly talents of their generation. Their talents were exceptional, their Dao hearts incomparably firm. There was no way they would be affected by a few words. Western Immortal Domain's great Dao cannot suppress us. Our true bodies descending isn't difficult. The other 2 immortal kings similarly spoke coldly. They didn't reveal their true appearances, only shrouded within the thick great fog. When they heard Immortal King Kuan Xian's call, they woke up from their respective Dao rites. On one hand, it was indeed because of that gate in heaven connecting ancient city. It was extremely important, related to the exact location of the realm of origin. On the other hand, it was also because the Emperor clan ancestor gave the order to search for that realm, to search for its source. This involved the great matter of the unification of the mountain and sea true worlds. Even if they were immortal kings before the eternally undying Emperor clan ancestor, they still had to lower their heads, treat him with respect. Towards the Emperor clan ancestor's orders, they still had to obey, not daring to go against them. Since the birth of the other realm, the Emperor clan ancestor was eternally undying. They were the true rulers of the other realm, having experienced the Forbidden Era and even more ancient eras. There was even a saying that the current Emperor clan ancestor was actually an innate deity born when the world was created, which was why they were able to reach that step. There was also a possibility that they were stowaways from other true worlds, or perhaps they were predecessors who had survived the previous calamity, or perhaps they were powerful rulers of the origin world. Otherwise, the immortal king realm was the limit. Even the best among them were blocked in front of that threshold, forever unable to cross it. And what did the Emperor clan ancestor mean? With a single thought, they could decide the destruction of the heavens, reproduce the primal chaos, and even go back to ancient times. They didn't fear the long river of time, reversing karma, truly immortal and indestructible. Even when the immortal domain was at its most prosperous, when the immortal palace that ruled the heavens faced the Emperor clan of the other realm, they still had no way to deal with them. They had to deal with them peacefully. With Senior Ming King supporting us, why should we care? Senior Ming King is an existence praised by the Emperor clan ancestor. His strength has obtained the Emperor clan ancestor's acknowledgement. An immortal king spoke, telling immortal King Kuan-Xian not to worry, because other than the 4 immortal kings, there was still Ming King secretly supporting them in case something unexpected happened. Ming King was a figure who had existed since the Forbidden Era, although he hadn't become an immortal king at that time. After experiencing those dark years, his Tao and cultivation were definitely not something the younger generation could compare to. That's true. Immortal King Kuan-Xian nodded, feeling relieved. Zero boom. The great Tao of the immortal domain rumbled, and then exploded under the joint attacks of the 4 immortal kings. A terrifying hole appeared there, able to carry their true bodies in, not being suppressed by the immortal domain's laws of heaven and earth. The 4 immortal kings of the other realms stepped into the western immortal domain at the same time. Their true bodies were incomparably tall, standing at the end of the world. Their gazes were cold, without any emotion. Wherever their eyes reached, life force withered, everything engulfed as if doomsday arrived. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the foreign creatures or immortal domain's descendants, even those in the cosmos a bit further away, they all sensed this type of boundless aura. They trembled in fear, their souls trembling. This was the power of immortal kings, powerful beyond compare. Those immortal domain descendants who were close to Western Sky Gate even more so felt as if their bodies were going to collapse, their bones shaking, legs going weak, directly kneeling on the ground. They were in endless despair. When facing true immortal kings, even using ants to describe them was already showing them too much respect. The aura of immortal domain, it has been millions of years since I last sensed it. The last time I descended to this realm, I killed Western immortal domain's king. Right? I think it was Heavenly Yi immortal king. Back then, his hand bone was shattered by me. The foreign immortal king, shrouded in great black mist, spoke, his tone extremely cold, explaining this matter. However, these words instead transmitted over from Western Sky Gate. All of the immortal domain descendants who heard this revealed grieving expressions carrying hatred. Heaven connecting ancient city was extremely far from Western Sky Gate, only a few star domains away. From there, they could personally see the scene in front of heaven connecting ancient city. The 4 kings, including Kuan-Xian immortal king, were all sizing up Guchanga, looking at this incomparably young man. His bone age made them sigh in admiration. Even if he was the inheritor of a foreign emperor clan, there was no way he could achieve the Tao in just a few hundred years, let alone the fact that he already possessed power that made immortal kings feel uneasy and fearful at this age. It seems like what Kun Xian said was correct. He is indeed someone who came from reincarnation. Apart from this, there is no other explanation that can explain his current strength. However, no matter how mysterious he is, there is no way he can be our match. Immortal King Qingming spoke, his tone extremely simple and direct. After determining Gu Changa's origins, he already confirmed the result. If that is the case, then we can join forces to hunt him down. Perhaps we can seize his legacy. Who knows? That might be the secret behind why he was able to become an immortal king at such a young age. Another immortal king spoke, unconcealable greed flashing past his eyes. It was because they knew that many people who returned from reincarnation would bring back some of their past supreme treasures. Meanwhile, those supreme treasures contained many profound mysteries, able to help them grow quickly. The reason why some of the foreign immortal kings were able to reach this step was actually partly because they obtained those legacies. Great One, Great One. These 4 kings are the foreign realms Kun Xian, Immortal King, Qingming, Immortal King. They all achieved the Tao several great eras ago. In front of heaven-connecting ancient city, Jin Yin almost suffocated under this type of aura. However, he still trembled slightly, explaining the origins of these 4 kings to Gu Changa. When facing the pressure of the 4 kings' auras, even a half-step immortal king like him almost collapsed, let alone an ordinary creature. Turns out they were all people who achieved immortal king status several great eras ago. I thought that I might have encountered someone who might recognize me. They are indeed unlucky, Gu Changa smiled faintly. The words he spoke made Jin Yin's scalp even more numb, already not daring to think about his origins. Meanwhile, the instant these words were spoken, Gu Changa took action. He stood in front of heaven-connecting ancient city, his figure not changing, only a hand descending towards the distant western sky gate. At this moment, heaven and earth shook intensely, the universe about to be overturned. Heaven and earth collapsed once more. In the sky above Western Skygate, one could even see a large crack that was so deep that it couldn't be seen. What? He dares to take the initiative to attack when facing us 4 kings. This scene caused the expressions of immortal King Qingming and the others to change slightly. It was as if they didn't expect that the situation where they worked together to hunt would become the other party's initiative. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed. Boom! That type of power was too terrifying. One could vaguely see that in front of them, a large hand slowly reached out from the pitch-black great crack in the sky. It truly descended. This palm slowly appeared in midair, and then slowly slapped down towards the 4 kings. Separated by several great star regions, it was powerful and peerless. In that instant, countless great stars fell from the sky, exploding in the void. The boundless fluctuations simply seemed to push down the heavens, causing the 4 kings' expressions to change. Chapter 830. The sky of the western celestial realm was collapsing, especially the area near the western heavenly gate. All the cultivators and living beings saw a terrifying crack spreading out. Then, a terrifying hand reached out from within. Vast energy surged like a torrent that broke through a dam. It was impossible to stop it at all. The surrounding star systems were exploding. Too many stars were blown to smithereens by the shock waves. Not good, the expressions of the 4 immortal kings of the foreign domain who stood at the end of the world changed. Originally, they were furious because the other party didn't fear the 4 of them at all and took the initiative to attack them. They felt that they had been underestimated. As immortal kings, no one had ever dared to underestimate them like this, taking the initiative to attack the 4 of them alone. This was mockery and also contempt. Hence, among them, some of them were angry and planned to attack to teach Guchanga a lesson. However, just as this thought appeared, it was as if a mountain and sea had broken through a dam in front of them. A terrifying energy that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was simply about to overwhelm them. This person's strength is beyond imagination. We really can't be careless. The existences who walked out of the cycle of reincarnation are all extraordinary. In the previous era, they were outstanding geniuses who could suppress their peers. We can't be careless. Be careful, an immortal king spoke, his expression a little solemn. They weren't stupid people. Just now, they were still a little skeptical of immortal king Kuan Xian's words, but now they firmly believed him. The other party's strength far exceeded their imagination. Ordinary immortal kings might really not be able to block this palm. Although many cultivators and living beings only saw this palm slowly descending, as if it was the master of fate, life, and death, controlling the world. But in the eyes of the immortal kings, this palm contained endless Tao techniques and order. It represented supreme power that could easily destroy a great universe. Boom! They quickly attacked. Someone also reached out a large hand, wanting to shake Guchanga's palm. In the sky above the western heavenly gate, the universe was trembling. Guchanga stood in front of the heaven-reaching ancient city. His expression was calm without any ripples. He only reached out a hand. However, all of the creatures and cultivators around him, including Jin Yuan, felt their souls tremble. Their bones were about to fall apart, and they couldn't stand still at all. They all trembled in horror, completely not expecting this mysterious youngster to be able to face 4 foreign immortal kings by himself. Powerful to a ridiculous degree. Jin Yan's scalp went numb, and he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had always been respectful and answered everything he knew. He recalled what Guchanga had said just now. He was purely treating these immortal kings as nourishment. This caused Jin Yuan's heart to tremble. He was both horrified and excited. Could it be that today he would witness an unprecedented and terrifying feat with his own eyes? All of the foreign creatures who were originally filled with incomparable reverence and fanaticism towards the 4 kings now found it difficult to calm down. It was as if their necks were gripped, unable to say anything. Moreover, this was merely a strand of fluctuation that had leaked out, and it wasn't at the center of the battle at all. That place was already in chaos, filled with all types of strange laws. There were even great Tao storms that appeared. Around its palm and fingers were countless celestial bodies, all of them brought down from outer space one after another by the large hand. They were extremely grand, rumbling as they moved, carrying chaotic energy, extremely shocking. Chi, a foreign immortal king, released a low shout, his entire body shining, blasting apart the clouds in the surroundings, revealing his true appearance. His face was green and red, fiery light swirling about it. At the same time, there were many wings on his back. Right now, these wings had chaotic energy swirling about them like undying immortal swords, releasing zheng-zheng noises. With a chi sound, they hacked out, even thicker than stars, wishing to face Guchanga's palm head-on. This place was too resplendent and brilliant. Divine light hacked out streak after streak, continuously forming a sea of sword light. At the same time, immortal King Qingming also took action. A heaven overflowing strange beast void image appeared behind him, opening its mouth and roaring. The heavens seemed to be about to be wiped out. The stars trembled, all of them falling. Then, like shooting stars, they directly smashed towards that large hand. This was an attack at the peak of the immortal king level. If ordinary true immortals made contact with it, they would immediately explode, turning into powder that covered the skies. Normal great cosmoses couldn't endure this level of energy fluctuation, long collapsing. There was no way they could endure it at all. Only a cosmos like Western immortal domain could support a great battle at the immortal king level. However, the world barrier was also trembling slightly. Even the past Western immortal domain, when it was broken through by the foreign great army, wasn't this terrifying? This type of aura, once it rushed into the surrounding cosmos, it would be a world-ending scene. There wouldn't be any creatures who could survive at this type of time. These four kings are indeed extraordinary, worthy of being existences who achieved the Tao after the taboo great era, heaven warping talents. If it was in the past era, they might have been able to establish great reputations. Even though the big red bird's mind was trembling, it was still paying close attention to everything. When it saw the attacks of these four immortal kings, it couldn't help but say this softly. Even though it didn't have its main body, it still had its eyes. However, what left it the most shocked was still Guchanga. He merely stood in front of heaven connecting ancient city, reaching out a hand, not even deliberately attacking, yet the four kings found it difficult to withstand. Now, Guchanga's strength, just what kind of level did he reach? When he was in the higher realms, he refined great medicine with the backing of various clans in the myriad realms, successfully entering the immortal realm. However, the big red bird understood that Guchanga still hadn't experienced the true baptism of immortal Tao laws. But now, the strength he displayed already exceeded the level of ordinary immortal kings. Or could it be that he had already recovered to the level of a demon lord? When it thought of this, the big red bird trembled, feeling that this was inconceivable, finding it hard to believe. These four kings indeed have some ability. Unfortunately, I just entered the immortal domain and haven't extracted the true immortal Tao essence to refine my body. Even though I devoured quite a few source Tao fruits, and also replenished some law elements belonging to the immortal domain, but my flesh still has many flaws. Guchanga lightly shook his head, feeling a bit regretful towards the strength of his palm. He was indeed testing, but it wasn't to test his opponent's strength, but rather to test what kind of power his casual palm contained. The result made him feel a bit regretful. Boom! At the western heavenly gate, the aura was chaotic, all types of energy gushing out. Then, it was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse, directly pouring over. The surrounding chaotic energy surged, incomparably intense. Some great stars couldn't withstand this kind of fluctuation, exploding one after another, releasing extremely dazzling radiance. This was simply like the end of the world. Looking from afar, rotating great stars cracked apart one after another. It was truly a bit terrifying. Guchanga attacked again. This time, it wasn't a simple palm. Traces of great Tao flowed between his palm and fingers. Then, it was as if the universe was condensing. Endless black energy formed a prison, crushing towards the four kings in front of the western heavenly gate. Prisons appeared in the world, one connected to another, intertwined with great Tao chains. Then, they suddenly smashed towards the four kings, directly forming a sea of black energy. What kind of Tao technique is this? Immortal King Qingming's expression changed, feeling that his surroundings were shackled. His originally extremely fast speed also seemed to have fallen into a swamp, becoming sluggish. However, he wasn't simple either. White divine light shot out from his mouth, divine and resplendent, as if it could purify everything. Another immortal king activated a weapon. A pitch-black spear flowed with divine light that could destroy everything. The void was torn apart, hacking towards those prisons. Kuan Xian, immortal king's heart was heavy. He didn't expect that, even after the four of them joined forces, the situation was still like this. Fortunately, he was decisive back then, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. His weapon was a dazzling golden pagoda with 7 layers in total. It illuminated the sun, moon, and heavens, forming a boundless golden Wangyang behind it. Tao laws poured down like a waterfall, powerful beyond compare. Hanglong. All types of Tao techniques collided here, heaven and earth collapsing. Terrifying fluctuations transmitted from the black sea of energy. Auras covered heaven and earth, shattering the heavens. That place became hazy, primal chaos everywhere. Kill! The other immortal king had a cold expression, his figure disappearing from the western heavenly gate, crossing several star domains, about to descend before heaven-connecting ancient city. He planned to fight Gu Changa's true body, not wishing to contend against Tao techniques. His strength lay in his flesh, a type of variant from before Immortal Ancient called Fallen True Ho. His ancestors had previously eaten true dragons, even more so having a great relationship with Chilans. When it came to his bloodline had previously been contaminated by a type of extreme Een aura from Origin Realm, corroded, becoming a fallen true Ho. However, it also granted him an incomparably powerful flesh, one that didn't fear any pain, possessing boundless strength. Even though his Tao methods were unordinary, the most powerful part was still his flesh. Back then, when Western Immortal Domain was occupied, he even personally tore off Heavenly Blaze Immortal King's arm, powerful to the point where even the other Immortal Kings felt restraining fear. Personally delivering it before me? This great gift really leaves me a bit at a loss for what to do. In front of heaven-connecting ancient city, Gu Changa looked at this figure that was quickly approaching, a smile on his lips, a bit shocked. Jin Yuan and the others were about to be crushed by the terrifying Immortal King pressure, their bodies about to explode. They could see the original form of this foreign Immortal King through this place. His original form was about the size of a calf, similar to a Qilin, but also completely different, like a dog, like a dragon, his scales pitch black. However, immediately afterwards, he directly used his magical body, standing in the sky dome above. Boundless, blood-colored, great mist surged around him. One could see that the sky dome above became dim, quite a few stars penetrated by the endless radiance of order, quickly shattering. No one could see clearly, because the mist became even thicker, not even heavenly eyes able to see through it. It was said to be close, but in reality it was still who knew how many tens of thousands of li away. Only it was too massive, so they could see it from afar. Devouring your flesh might allow me to advance a step further, have a chance of touching that threshold in the future. Tell me of your origins. The fallen true Ho spoke, his voice like a great bell, ringing through this part of the cosmos. Countless foreign creatures and Western Immortal Domain descendants all heard this voice clearly, their ears about to explode, their souls penetrating. He stared at Gu Changa, able to sense just how shocking of a divine nature and source aura this body contained. This moved him, feeling like this might become his opportunity. It was because his body was extremely powerful. Even if he was surrounded by several immortal kings, he could still safely escape. From the exchange just now, he also sensed that even though Gu Changa was strong, he wasn't strong to the point where he could contend against the strength of his flesh. The fallen true Ho Immortal King is too impulsive, cannot be so careless. In front of Western Heaven Gate, Kun Xian Immortal King, Qing Ming Immortal King, and the others also didn't expect that the fallen true Ho would descend before heaven-connecting ancient city at this time, wishing to fight with Gu Changa. They shivered inwardly, feeling a bit uneasy. However, they still quickly hurried over, tearing apart the starry domain, quickly descending. For immortal king existences, this bit of distance could actually be crossed in the blink of an eye. However, if they were too confident, it was easy for something to happen. Tell me of my origins. You are not qualified to know. Gu Changa laughed lightly, his expression carrying indifference, his tone simple and calm, as if he was stating a fact. When the fallen true Ho heard this, he didn't get angry, only speaking, appearing cold and indifferent. Since that is the case, then today you will lose your life here, your flesh becoming my food. Flesh? Coincidentally, my flesh still has some flaws. You came at the right time. Gu Changa shook his head. He didn't expect this fallen true Ho to be so confident, wanting to devour his flesh to help him improve further. At the Immortal King level, it was impossible to say that he was stupid. It could only be said that the fallen true was too confident in his own flesh. It's useless to say more. The fallen true Ho's pupils constricted. Then he said coldly. He didn't know why Guchanga was so calm at this time. Since he dared to descend, he naturally had the confidence to not fear any flesh of the immortal king level. 2 for boom. The fallen true Ho made his move, his entire body moving. This was a talent that had been displayed to the extreme. He opened his mouth and swallowed. All the light was fading away. A prehistoric aura rushed over, not like a living creature, but like a part of ancient history that appeared alive. In his mouth, all types of supreme laws of the heavens appeared, forming a mysterious magical imprint, devouring towards Guchanga with full force, making the entire star domain and cosmos in front of heaven-connecting ancient city turn dark. It was as if all creatures and cultivators, regardless of whether they were from the other side or immortal domain, were all devoured by him, the world entering absolute darkness and deathly stillness. Jin Yuanshi was horrified, his entire body going cold. He personally watched as this mouth devoured. Even all creatures in the surroundings were devoured. Everyone felt despair to the extreme. Devour me? Who gave you the guts? Guchanga's expression didn't change at all. His hand descended, hacking towards that large mouth. Chong! Endless light erupted, rich dark light flowing. Then the fallen true Ho released a muffled groan. A pair of arms moved through the air, the everlasting blue sky collapsing. Everyone was horrified by this scene. All of the blood in their bodies about to freeze, and then it began to boil again. How grand was this? It was hard to imagine. Guchanga's expression was cold to the extreme. An arm directly reached out, breaking apart everything before his eyes. With a piu sound, he grabbed the fallen true Ho's main body. Then, all of the scenes before his eyes faded and collapsed, natural laws extinguished, heaven and earth returning to clarity. The fallen true Ho's eyes were filled with disbelief, revealing a trace of fear. His mouth was broken open, his main body grabbed by Guchanga. He didn't expect his most powerful innate talent and flesh to be so easily broken through. Chapter 831. This strike shook the heavens. Tens of thousands of star regions were trembling. In front of the ancient city of Sky-Piercing, which had originally been dark and gloomy, was a scene of eternal silence and darkness. All of the creatures were in despair. After being swallowed by the fallen true Ho, their vitality was quickly fading away. The radiance of the sun, moon, and stars were dissipating. Heaven and earth were in eternal night, and all was silent. This was not an illusion, but a real scene. It was like the end of the world. Even a half-step immortal king couldn't do anything in front of such a divine ability. Jin Yuan roared furiously. His entire body surged with celestial light. Symbols of the great Tao interweaved as he tried to struggle free. However, he failed. He could only watch as his life force was quickly drained away. Then he was swallowed by the fallen true Ho. Kuan Xian, Immortal Emperor, Qin Ming, Immortal Emperor, and the others were astounded too. They did not expect Fallen Truth, Immortal Emperor, to have such a terrifying move. They boasted that even when facing this kind of killing move, they had to carefully avoid it and could not easily face it head-on. If they were swallowed by the fallen true Ho, even they would not be able to break through its body and escape. It could only be said that it was worthy of being the current king of the foreign realm, its flesh already powerful to the point where it could casually collapse the cosmos. Even the hardest immortal gold would most likely be reduced to dust before it. The fallen true Ho Celestial King was once contaminated with the strange substance of the origin world, causing its body to be immortal. It was forged using the most terrifying method, and it did not fear any pain. It was equivalent to being immune to pain, and its vitality was endless. Kuan Xian, Immortal King, sighed softly. He was a little envious of the fallen true Ho Immortal King, who had such a great fortune. Such a physical body far surpassed their level. From a certain point of view, the strength of the fallen truth Ho Immortal King was much stronger than the three of them. No wonder the depraved truth Ho Celestial King is so confident, daring to charge ahead of us. The green darkness Immortal King spoke, his cold eyes flashing with shock. Although he was a mutated beast, he was said to possess the fastest speed in this world, surpassing time and reaching the other shore of the green darkness immortal world. However, this was only a rumor. Although his physical body was strong, after being crushed by time, he knew that he was far from being as strong as the fallen true Ho Immortal King. The entire planetary system in front of Heavenspan City had been devoured and was now completely empty. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Although all of this seemed to take a long time to describe, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The Kun Xian Immortal King, Qing Ming Immortal King, and the others quickly arrived. They were still cautious in their hearts and didn't relax. For them to be able to come this far, they were not stupid or careless people. The fallen true Centipede Immortal Emperor dared to take the risk because he was extremely confident in his flesh. Boom! However, right at the moment when the three kings were about to descend, rich dark light erupted there, as if a dark sun was blooming, its radiance illuminating the heavens. The fallen true Ho Immortal King released a muffled groan and then released a low roar. Its massive body shook intensely, as if it was going to break apart. Not good! The expressions of the three immortal kings changed drastically. They were about to lend a hand to the fallen true Centipede Immortal King. Right at this moment, an arm moved through the air, as if it came from the ancient past, and then hacked down by the mouth of the fallen true Ho Immortal King. Endless radiance erupted. The vast energy was like a boundless Wangyang, about to completely drown that place. The fallen true Ho Immortal King's body exploded into pieces. Its mouth was torn open and blood was dripping. Its injuries were terrifying, and it was almost split open from the head up. Guchanga stood there, not even lifting his robes. His gaze didn't change at all from the beginning to the end. His gaze was deep and cold. For some reason, at this moment, the three kings thought of the eternal will of the heavenly Tao, looking down on the vast masses of ants. They actually shivered, which made them feel disbelief and unable to accept it. As immortal kings, what in this world could make them feel fear, unease, and even fear? This was unacceptable to them. The fallen true Ho Immortal King's body has been torn apart. I'm afraid it has already damaged its origin, he was too confident. This will only make things more difficult to solve. Kun Xian Immortal King noticed that the fallen true Ho that was grabbed by Guchanga, its head already split open. His expression changed rapidly. He activated a 7-layered pagoda, golden and dazzling. Right now, it was as majestic as a continent descending from the sky, trying to rescue the fallen true Ho. Immortal King Qingming and the other immortal king also took action. Millions and millions of divine chains of natural laws gathered into a sea here, continuously surging, drowning towards Guchanga. However, at Guchanga's side, there were ripples that spread. They weren't that obvious, like the mist around the green lotus, but also like the starry splendor it received. All of the attacks dissipated silently in front of the ripples. They couldn't touch him at all. Divine ability, magical force, immunity. It is still the 10,000 methods impervious technique? Kun Xian Immortal King's mind was shaken again. This was a type of divine ability that made others envious. He had previously heard that there was an emperor clan ancestor from the other side who seemed to have this type of innate divine ability. His descendants could all use it, but it could only be used in the immortal Tao domain, because this was already the limit. In the immortal king domain, how could it appear again? He found this hard to believe. This was a scene he saw with his own eyes, something he never imagined before. Could it be that this person is related to that emperor clan ancestor? Immortal King Qingming was also shocked by this scene. Previously, he didn't expect that the faint light that appeared around Gu Changa's body would make him immune to all magical techniques and divine abilities. This was but an immortal king-level divine ability. It could easily destroy the cosmos, tear apart the sky dome, obliterate all directions. However, before Gu Changa, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, unable to stir up the slightest bit of waves. "How did you do this?" the fallen true host spoke, its eyes filled with disbelief. Its main body was grabbed by Gu Changa, as if it was restricted, unable to move. Right now, in its eyes, there was a trace of fear that made even it feel horrified. From this youngster's body, it once again produced an emotion called fear. After it achieved the immortal King Dao fruit, it already couldn't remember how many years it had been. Yet today it still produced fear. Gu Changa looked at it calmly, not explaining. Then, with a light laugh, he said, "You delivered yourself before me. I don't even know how to thank you." "What are you trying to say?" Blood continuously flowed out from the fallen true Ho's mouth, releasing a roar. This was all immortal king blood, multicolored, a single drop seemingly containing endless worlds. If it landed in any other place, just a single drop might be enough to wipe out an ancient realm. The surrounding immortal domain and foreign creatures were revived from the dead. When they saw the sun again, their souls scattered, scared to the point where they couldn't even recover. They still carried despair inside, not recovering yet. However, now, they saw that unimaginably powerful fallen true Ho immortal king, grabbed by Gu Changa, trying to struggle and escape. However, its body cracked apart like porcelain, all types of cracks quickly spreading, quickly covering its entire body. Such a miserable scene made their hair stand on end, making them tremble in fear. They originally thought that this mysterious man would be swallowed by the fallen true Ho immortal king. However, they never expected him to break through all of this so easily, moreover imprisoning the fallen true Ho immortal king's main body. These methods already exceeded their imaginations. Using reverence was already unable to describe their feelings. "My lord is so powerful," Jin Yun's voice trembled slightly. After becoming a half-step immortal king, he originally thought that he was already one of the most powerful figures in the southern immortal domain, able to overlook the life and death of countless living beings and the universe. Yet today, he was trembling like an ant, once again experiencing the insignificance of when he first stepped onto the path of cultivation. "You want to swallow me, yet you can't even bite through my arm. Is this why you were so confident just now?" Gu Changa didn't care about the shocked reactions of the surrounding people. He only looked at the fallen true Ho that he had caught with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The fallen true Ho roared. A mysterious force flowed in its main body, wanting to break free. However, Gu Changa's palm landed, directly causing its skull to explode. Blood of various colors spurted out, and its divine soul swayed, almost shattering. "Save me!" Unconcealable fear appeared in the fallen true Ho's heart. It had long lost its previous confidence. It shouted at immortal King Kuan Xian and the others, trying to get them to save it. Otherwise, it really felt that it might lose its life here today, killed by Gu Changa's powerful force. Boom! Vast power surged, and light gushed out again. Immortal King Kuan Xian, immortal King Qingming, and the others attacked again, performing all kinds of terrifying Dao techniques. Even though they knew that Gu Changa was immune to magic power, they still attacked forcefully. They felt that it was impossible to be immune forever. There was a limit. As long as they broke through that limit, they would be able to hurt Gu Changa. Buzz! However, Gu Changa didn't even look in their direction. Dense black energy flowed between his palms and fingers, turning into a great Dao treasure bottle that was surrounded by black light. Boundless black light fell from the mouth of the bottle like a waterfall. This great Dao treasure bottle condensed from great Dao runes flew out towards immortal King Kuan Xian, immortal King Qingming, and the others. It continued to expand and then enveloped heaven and earth. There seemed to be a bottomless abyss that could devour all things in the world. Even the great Tao laws were cracking. "What is this? I seem to have seen it in a forbidden book." Immortal King Kuan Xian's expression changed drastically. He carefully stared at the treasure bottle, but could only see a blurry outline. There were some patterns intertwined within, but he couldn't see them clearly. His pagoda was shaking. At this moment, it was imprisoned by that majestic, devouring force. Then, there were actually some cracks. The Tao runes engraved on it were quickly disappearing, turning into powder. This made Immortal King Kuan Xian's heart bleed. His artifact had accompanied him throughout his life. Even when he fought against those at the same level, it didn't damage the pagoda in the slightest. Later on, he even used all kinds of rare divine materials to refine it, making it indestructible. Yet today it was going to break apart, unable to even come into contact with that blurry treasure bottle. I also have a bit of impression. It might really be that thing in the forbidden book. It's just a replica, yet it has such divine might. Dares not imagine. Immortal King Qing Ming's expression was heavy. He was blocked by those black lights. Even if he moved at extreme speed, he couldn't pass through. There seemed to be a sea of black energy gushing over there, drowning the entire star region, isolating the three of them. They couldn't pass through, so they naturally couldn't rescue fallen true Ho Immortal King. Moreover, what they found hard to accept was that Gu Chang'e only casually brought out a replica of a forbidden item, and it blocked them. At this time, fallen true Ho's miserable cry rang out. As an immortal king, its will was firm, even sturdier than 100 refined immortal gold. What kind of thing in this world would make it cry out in pain? Even when facing death, it couldn't humiliate an immortal king like this. This was its humiliation. But when they saw the scene over there, even Kuan Xian, Immortal King, and the others felt their blood run cold, even their scalps going numb. A medicinal fragrance wafted through heaven and earth. The flames of great Tao burned, continuously burning fallen true Ho. It was being refined, treated as a great medicine of the mortal world, devoured and absorbed by Gu Chang'e. Before their eyes, its source was quickly fading away. The immortal king Tao fruit solidified, even taking the shape of a fruit. That was a true Ho that had shrunk several times, sparkling and translucent, a medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. Just a strand of aura was enough to make ordinary cultivators ascend, or even be reborn. But now it was only treated as a great medicine by Gu Chang'e, as an ordinary fruit swallowed. His expression was natural, without any abnormality, incomparably at ease, as if he had already done these actions countless times, branded into his bones and divine soul. Fallen true, Ho Immortal King's original body burned within the flames. These were great Tao true flames, able to burn the cosmos, wipe out everything. Right now, it was only treated as a type of medicinal flame, used by Gu Chang'e to refine its immortal king source, and then refined into a Tao fruit for him to devour. Save me! Fallen true, Ho Immortal King released a miserable cry. This type of pain and humiliation was hard to describe with words. It personally watched as it was refined, its own Tao skills and essence all turned into nourishment. Under the flames of great Tao, the impurities were removed, becoming a sparkling, great medicine. Then it was swallowed by Gu Chang'e in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow. His gaze was natural, his movements even carrying a carefree manner, to the extent where it gave others a type of divine elegance. But now it made all of the foreign creatures feel horrified to the point where their entire bodies went cold, crying out loudly, finding this hard to accept. The unmatched king in their hearts was actually reduced to great medicine nourishment. This scene even more so made Kuan Xian Immortal King, Qing Ming Immortal King, and the others feel as if their scalps were going to explode, horrified to the extreme. As immortal kings, just how noble were they? They were the most powerful heavenly talents born between heaven and earth after countless years. Only by suppressing countless of their peers did they reach this step. They could die in battle, could be killed by others, but they couldn't die in such a humiliating manner. This was the first time they saw an immortal king whose flesh and divine soul were turned into immortal medicinal materials, devoured like source great medicine. You all don't need to be in such a rush. Swallow it, it will be your turn soon. Gu Changa didn't pay Kuan Xian, immortal king, Qing Ming, immortal king, and the others any attention, unhurriedly devouring fallen true Ho, immortal king source. It had to be said that immortal king source, compared to true immortal source, was indeed not on the same level. The Tao law fragments it contained could simply be described as a sea and endless. This type of feeling, even the day he entered the immortal Tao domain, couldn't compare. This was indeed intoxicating. Chapter 832. Sparkling radiance flowed about there, accompanied by a rich, great Tao medicinal fragrance. Ordinary cultivators might be able to ascend to immortality just by smelling a single breath. This was an unmatched medicinal fragrance that made one's pores expand, soul transform. No immortal treasure could compare to it. Only the Tao fruit of an immortal king could refine it. It was extremely luxurious. Even true immortals were scared until they were stupefied, trembling in place, legs weak, unable to stand steadily. The sparkling and translucent true Ho divine figure was the size of a palm, like a divine fruit condensing there. However, as Gu Changa unhurriedly devoured it, it continuously became damaged. The fallen true Ho immortal king still had some consciousness left, personally watching as it was devoured. This type of unprecedented great horror surrounded it. It released a voice of despair, wishing for immortal King Qingming, immortal King Kuan-Xian, and the others to save it, feeling extreme regret. However, the great Tao precious bottle floated in the boundless sky, releasing a black sea, cutting off the other 3 foreign kings. However, this type of silent, miserable cry sounded, as if it pierced through one's soul, making everyone couldn't help but tremble. Jin Yuan, who was a half-step immortal king, felt as if his scalp was going to explode. Witnessing this scene from such a close distance made him shiver in fear. Gu Changa's face was handsome, as if he was an immortal who wasn't tainted by the world of mortals. He only wore a set of green silk clothes, incredibly simple. His appearance was perfect to the point where it was enough to make all women in this world jealous. However, right now he was eating immortal kings, his expression carefree, as if he was tasting a simple delicacy, carrying a divine sense of elegance. For all of Western immortal domain's foreign creatures, this was a scene that made their minds feel like collapsing. They simply didn't dare believe this. It was just too terrifying, as if it should only exist in the most ancient of nightmares. Hurry and let go of the fallen true Ho immortal king. Outside the boundless Black Sea, immortal King Kuan-Xian, immortal King Qingming, and the others reacted. They endured the fear in their hearts, taking action again. Terrifying energy blasted over, enough to make the sky dome collapse, trying to break through this layer of isolation, slaughter their way towards Gu Changa. They couldn't forget the words Gu Changa said just now. Don't be in such a rush, the next one would be them? Was he planning to hunt down immortal kings and use them as nourishment? The 3 kings felt a chill in their hearts. This was the first time they had encountered an existence like Gu Changa. He was truly too terrifying. Even the bizarre races of the origin world couldn't possibly make them, immortal kings, feel such fear and trepidation. This kind of trembling that came from the depths of his soul was as if he had really met his natural enemy. I told you not to be anxious. Come one by one. No one can escape. Gu Changa's expression did not change. He glanced at them and said casually, it could be said that this was the only benefit he felt after arriving in the immortal region. There were quite a few immortal kings. Apart from immortal domain's side, there were quite a few on the other side as well. To him, Whether it was a true immortal or an immortal king, they were the most suitable source of nourishment for him at this stage. Immortal King Kuin Xian noticed Gu Changa's expression, and a shadow appeared in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "We can work together to break through this imitation of his. We can only wait for Senior Mingwang to arrive. Otherwise, fallen true essence Immortal King will definitely die today." They could see that the fallen true essence Immortal King source was rapidly fading, and some parts were becoming incomplete and blurry. As an Immortal King, if he was casually swallowed by someone, it would be an unimaginable humiliation. However, there were probably not many people in this world who dared to believe that this was the truth. Boom! At this moment, dazzling golden light erupted, surging in front of heaven, reaching ancient city like a vast sea. The fallen true essence Immortal King roared, as if he had a final burst of strength. He also understood that today was not good for him, and he no longer held on to any hope. Rather than being swallowed by Gu Changa as nourishment, he might as well burn his source and fight with his life. Perhaps there was still a chance of survival. Its source quickly began to burn, becoming too resplendent, simply illuminating the sky dome. Behind him, a huge true essence Immortal King appeared, towering into the clouds like a golden mountain. That was the imprint of his ancient ancestor, branded in his bones. At this moment, the true essence Immortal King's hair was even more dazzling, like golden flames, and his entire body emitted unparalleled power. Gradually, it merged with the true essence Immortal King that was being swallowed by Gu Changa, as if the true essence Immortal King that had once intimidated the heavens had reappeared in the world. Boom! It used all its strength, slapping forward with its claw, and it instantly tore the sky apart. Its body was huge, and its divine might was world-shocking. It was simply like an invincible fiend god from the era when the heavens were created. However, Gu Changa's expression still did not change when facing this attack, and faint ripples appeared around him. The moment this claw landed in front of him, a terrifying mysterious force spread out, and it was as if millions of strands of celestial light had turned into a guillotine that directly slashed down, chopping off the claw. On the other hand, Gu Changa raised his palm and pressed down, and a treasure bottle of the great Tao condensed and appeared again. Strands of black light coiled around it, and it instantly swallowed the ancient ancestor's phantom. From start to finish, not even his clothes were lifted. What a pity after being burned like this. Quite a bit of source energy was wasted. Looks like I have to enter the foreign realm later and kill a few more immortal kings, or else I won't be able to make up for this bit of loss. Gu Changa spoke, his eyes deep and lonely. However, even the fallen true essence, Immortal King, was in despair. Why was it that even when it burned its soul, it still couldn't harm Gu Changa in the slightest? It didn't even know what kind of method Gu Changa used. It was powerful to the point where it felt despair, unable to resist in the slightest. Why are there 2 forbidden bottles? Where did he get so many imitations? In the distance, Kuin Xian Immortal King, Qing Ming Immortal King, and the others were shocked by the great Tao bottle that appeared again, their eyes filled with shock. They originally thought that Gu Changa producing an imitation to isolate the 3 of them was already an unimaginable thing. But now he produced this again, instantly devouring the fallen true essence Immortal King's final method. How could this not make them shocked and horrified, finding it hard to believe? However, right at this moment, several star domains away, in front of Western Heaven Gate, terrifying halberd light suddenly descended, as if it could hack through endless time. It was faint green, carrying terrifying killing energy to the extreme. The stars in the heavens all swayed, the universe in all directions crying out in grief, almost hacked to pieces by this terrifying halberd light. This strike surged with heavenly stars, divine radiance intimidating all deities. It was just too intense, halberd light filling heaven and earth, as if this was the only strike left in this world. It's Senior Ming King who took action. This is too great. worthy of being senior Ming King. Just this strike alone is far from what we can compare to, completely unable to catch up to him. Kuan Xian, Immortal King, Qing Ming, Immortal King, and the others all recognized this strike. Excitement that was hard to hide appeared on their faces, as well as the fear of surviving a disaster. As immortal king existences, the reason why they treated the Ming King with so much respect was mainly because the Ming King had previously killed far more than one immortal king, powerful beyond compare. It wasn't an encirclement or scheme, but rather an open and above-board killing. Even the foreign emperor clan ancestors had summoned him before. Of course, the Ming King's seniority was even more ancient, existing since the Forbidden Great Era. It was to the extent where, after immortal domain's heavens collapsed, he followed the foreign great army, slaughtering his way into immortal palace. The Ming King even more so spoke bluntly, previously witnessing an unimaginable scene, gaining enlightenment from it. When they saw the Ming King take action, they all felt much more at ease, releasing a breath of relief. Just now, the pressure Gu Changa gave them was just too great, making them break out in cold sweat, finding it hard to calm down. However, the Ming King's appearance was like a pillar of support, making them all feel a bit more at ease, deciding to follow his lead. Gu Changa, who was currently planning to completely refine the fallen true Ho Immortal King, also raised his brows slightly, a bit shocked, feeling a bit of familiarity. Then, an expression of interest even more so appeared on his face. It's the Ming King. He actually appeared as well. Turns out there was another king hiding in the dark, moreover the Ming King. Jin Yuang spoke in shock, feeling incomparable restraining fear towards the Ming King, deeply understanding how terrifying he was. Even if it was immortal domain's immortal kings, when mentioning the Ming King, they would still feel restraining fear. Then he even more so feared that Gu Changa didn't understand, starting to explain, "Great One, your respected self might not know, but the Ming King is a well-known vicious individual from the foreign realm, previously killing several immortal kings of the same realm. He has lived for an incomparably long amount of time, dating back to the taboo Great Era, strength deep and immeasurable. Moreover, the most frightening thing is that he has a vicious weapon. It is rumored that he relied on that vicious weapon to cut down several immortal kings, incomparably powerful, even being summoned by the foreign realm's unmatched existences before. Ming King, this was the name the foreign realm's people called him. It could be said that there was no one who didn't know this name. There were no immortal kings of the same realm who didn't feel restraining fear towards him. Even the southern immortal domain behind Jin Yuang, the current ruler Moon King, when mentioning the Ming King, would feel restraining fear. Ming King? Gu Changa nodded slightly, but he didn't pay that halberd light any attention, instead devouring the fallen true Ho Immortal King's remaining source. This terrifying halberd light finally slashed into the vast black sea, setting off a boundless tide of energy, causing the surrounding star field to collapse and collapse. However, that was all. High up in the void, the great Tao precious vase bobbed up and down, pouring down boundless fog like a waterfall, converging into a black sea of energy. This black sea of energy completely separated the two sides. Kuan Xian, Immortal King, Qing Ming, Immortal King, and the others attacked for a long time, but they still couldn't break through. When they saw that this attack was still unable to break through this black sea, Kuan Xian, Immortal King, Qing Ming, Immortal King, and the others all revealed expressions of shock, a bit doubtful of their own eyes. However, they quickly reacted, respectfully greeting a figure who walked over from behind them. "Greetings to Senior Ming King." A stooped figure wearing a black robe appeared. His face was shrouded by mist, so it was impossible to see his features clearly. However, the surroundings were filled with a terrifying aura that made even the great Tao rumble, as if this world couldn't bear it. No need to be overly courteous. He waved his hand, his ancient voice extremely calm. Ming King appeared. He looked incomparably old, but no one dared to underestimate him. No immortal king dared to underestimate that attack, just now. Is it an imitation of that forbidden object? No wonder it can have such vast divine might, swallowing the heavens and earth omnipotent. It's pardonable that it can block my attack. Ming King stared at the great Tao precious vase suspended in the void. His gaze was a little serious, but it was soon filled with blazing heat. Following Ming King's appearance, in the sky above the western immortal realm, the great Tao rumbled and collided, even more terrifying than the scene just now. One universe after another was colliding, as if because of his arrival they were about to collapse and explode. It had to be said that the reason why Ming King could have such terrifying power was deeply related to his cultivation. Many foreign citizens who recognized him all knelt on the ground devoutly, kowtowing to him continuously, full of reverence. Even in front of the ancient city of Tongtian, the foreign citizens who were scared to the point that their souls trembled when Gu Chang'e swallowed the essence of the fallen immortal king, were chanting Ming King's name loudly. All the descendants of the Western immortal realm also felt fear because of Ming King's arrival. Although they had never seen Ming King before, they had heard of this foreign immortal king's ferocious name from various ancient records and rumors. Gu Chang'e was also sizing up this Ming King at this moment, estimating his strength. If immortal King Kuan Xian and immortal King Qingming could be called early-stage immortal kings, then this Ming King's cultivation should be at the mid-stage, close to the late stage. For him to be able to make the world so fearful, just relying on his cultivation was definitely not enough. You have an imitation of the forbidden object, so you must have seen the real one before, right? At this moment, Ming King spoke. His gaze passed through the vast black sea and looked at Gu Chang'e, seeing the great Tao treasure bottle floating beside him. A divine light shone from his eyes, like a divine sword, shining brightly and oppressively. Ming King did not care about Gu Chang'e killing the fallen immortal king and swallowing his essence. His main attention was on the two great Tao treasure bottles. In his opinion, since Gu Chang'e could have two imitations of the forbidden object, it was obvious that he had seen the real one and refined it through many methods, just like him. As for Gu Chang'e's identity of returning from reincarnation, he did not have any doubts. This was because ordinary living beings and cultivators could not have such terrifying strength at such a young age. That bottle is indeed a forbidden object that appeared in the ancient records. It is very similar to the forbidden existence that destroyed the immortal palace and destroyed the heavens in the Forbidden Era. He may also be someone from the Forbidden Era who saw that battle and appeared in this world through reincarnation. Kuan Xian, Immortal King, also spoke. His gaze also landed on the great Tao treasure bottle. He had only heard about it in the ancient records. He never thought that he would come into contact with it one day. It was just an imitation, but it had unimaginable power, almost destroying his pagoda. Listening to their words, Gu Chang'e's interest grew even stronger. He revealed a faint smile and said, "What are you trying to tell me by saying this? Are you trying to let me know that you have good taste, or that you have some insight?" The far-sighted king did not mind Gu Chang'e's casual and contemptuous tone. He stood under the sky and said with an aged voice, "Tao friend, there is no need to be like this. We can actually get along peacefully." In his eyes, the fall of the fallen immortal king was not worth caring about at all. Moreover, in his opinion, Gu Chang'e appearing at this time and even attacking the foreign immortal king was very likely to make the foreign realm retreat from the western immortal domain and return the territory to the western immortal domain. This kind of thing, for Ming King, was just a matter of a few words. Oh, get along peacefully? How do you want to get along peacefully? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e still had a faint smile on his face. He said, "Do you want me to raise you and then let me devour and enjoy when I need it? Or what?" Seeing that Gu Chang'e had no intention of talking to them, Ming King's expression darkened. The wise emperor said with a dark expression, "Cultivator, Do you really think you're unbeatable after killing the fallen, truth centipede immortal emperor? Since you have the imitation of that forbidden item, you should be able to recognize this old man's weapon. Boom! As he spoke, he snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. A terrifying, murderous aura surged into the sky, as if it was going to tear this universe apart. A faint green halberd appeared and flew through the sky. Just a wisp of aura was enough to make immortal kings tremble in fear. Kuan Xian, immortal king. Qing Ming, immortal king. And the others were also shocked. They felt a piercing pain in their bodies, as if they were going to explode. It was unbearable. And this was just the aura emitted by this murderous weapon. It was stained with the blood of many immortal kings, and it had even slaughtered the true spirits of immortal kings. It was a true, peerless, murderous weapon. Chapter 833. This great halberd appeared. It was unknown what kind of material it was made from, its entire body dark green. Even though it was only a zhang long, it was so heavy that it could crush the universe. The cold and gloomy halberd blade was full of traces of great changes. There were some areas that were still stained with blood that hadn't dried up. Those blood traces were extremely resplendent, divine light interweaving, as if they belonged to the most powerful beings who had previously lost their lives to it. Even now, there was still an unmatched vicious might that pervaded the air, intimidating all directions. It's this vicious weapon, immortal King Qingming, immortal King Kuan Xian, and the others' faces revealed alarm. They were all shaken by this type of aura, their bodies aching, not daring to get too close. They naturally understood how terrifying this Ming king's vicious weapon was. The number of immortal kings who lost their lives to it was definitely not small. There was previously an immortal domain, matchless immortal king, who was hacked by this vicious weapon, losing his life. Ming King also relied on this vicious weapon to make many immortal kings feel restraining fear. There were rumors that the reason why Ming King was summoned by the foreign emperor clan ancestors was actually also because of this vicious weapon. Only no one knew where Ming King's vicious weapon came from, what kind of background it had. However, from Ming King's words today, could it be that this vicious weapon was related to the Forbidden Era? Meanwhile, while immortal King Qingming, immortal King Kuan Xian, and the others were shocked, Gu Changa's eyes landed on this great halberd, his interest becoming stronger and stronger. It's this vicious weapon. It is unknown where Ming King obtained this exceptional vicious weapon. In the past, Immortal Domain's immortal kings had previously tried to deduce this vicious weapon's origins, but they all failed, even suffering a backlash. There were immortal kings who said that they had seen its appearance in the Forbidden Era, but that also became a rumor, only recorded in some ancient books. Only it is unknown if there is any connection. There were immortal kings who tried to calculate the weapons of the immortal kings of the present heavens. This vicious weapon was shockingly ranked among them, forcefully suppressing many immortal king weapons, known as a world-destroying weapon. Gold Ingot said with a trembling voice. Even though there was a boundless black sea between them, he still felt uneasy. He was intimidated by the aura emitted by this murderous weapon, and his scalp went numb. When two immortal kings fought, even if the victor was decided, it would still take a very long time. It might even take over 10,000 years, or even longer. However, Ming Wang was able to use this murderous weapon to kill several immortal kings, staining his hands with the blood of several immortal kings. From this, one could see how terrifying this murderous weapon was. Since you have the replica of the forbidden bottle, you should be able to recognize this weapon of mine. Ming Wang stood in the sky. His aged voice was filled with arrogance and indifference. Through the Black Sea, he talked to Gu Changa across the shore. Don't think that just because you have those two bottles, you are invincible. This old man's weapon is the most ferocious weapon below the immortal emperor weapon. It can move unhindered in the universe, and no one can compare to it. Even the immortal king vessels from the other true worlds are inferior before my weapon, In the past, the monarch clan's ancestor was even willing to exchange a quasi-immortal emperor artifact for this old man. We are both replicas of the forbidden artifacts. But when this old man refined this weapon, he spent countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. On the day it was completed, I even sacrificed several immortal king blood essences. Although it is far from reaching the embryonic form of the real thing, in the current immortal region, it can be said to be invincible. His tone was filled with an extremely strong sense of pride. During the Forbidden Era, he had yet to become an immortal king. As someone who had achieved the Tao, he followed the foreign army and slaughtered his way into the collapsed immortal palace. At that time, he was fortunate enough to personally witness the halberd that destroyed the heavens. With just a single halberd light, the world was destroyed and the ancient times were silent. No laws could resist it. The great Tao was collapsing, and the heavens were crying out in grief. He stood there in shock, unable to regain his senses for a long time. In the end, he used up all of his strength to leave behind a divine mark of that halberd light in his mind. It was also that divine mark that made him who he was today, and even helped him become an immortal king. After becoming an immortal king, Ming Wang used all of his methods to try and restore the murderous weapon he saw at that time. After many failures, he finally managed to refine this replica. Even though Ming Wang knew that this imitation was far from reaching the embryonic form of that scene he saw back then, it was already enough for him. It was enough for him to move unhindered among many immortal kings, leave behind a vicious reputation, making everyone fear him. When they heard this, immortal King Qingming, immortal King Kuan-Xian, and the others were all stunned, great waves stirring in their hearts. Before this, they really didn't expect Ming Wang's weapon to have this type of background. Even though it was just an imitation, it still made immortal kings shiver in fear. Moreover, the most important thing was that it was related to the Forbidden Era, to the extent where it was related to Gu Changa's 2 precious bottles. It was an imitation of a forbidden item. I indeed recognize it. Gu Changa had a bit of a rumination in his heart. He chuckled lightly. However, who is it that told you that the great Tao bottle in my hand was an imitation? It isn't an imitation. Ming Wang, immortal King Kuan-Xian, and immortal King Qingming were slightly startled when they heard this. They frowned deeply, not believing Gu Changa's words. If it wasn't an imitation, how could it have such vast power devouring the world? Nothing could resist that kind of devouring force. Even time and space in the surroundings were destroyed and dissipated. If it isn't an imitation, then how did you get these 2 bottles? Who exactly are you? Ming Wang frowned deeply. With a shake of his hand, the halberd swept across the sky and landed in his hand. Before this, he was like an old man in his twilight years, but suddenly his aura changed. He was like a god of slaughter from the ancient times. His murderous aura rushed through the clouds, penetrating the sky, as if it was going to tear this universe apart. Countless people from the other side knelt on the ground, kowtowing in his direction, admiring him to the extreme. Immortal King Kuan-Xian, immortal King Qingming, and the others even retreated to avoid being swept away by the aftershock of Ming Wang's attack. Even they were terrified of this murderous weapon, worried that they would be affected by it. An imitation? Gu Changa smiled faintly and didn't explain. At the next moment, the 2 bottles of the great Tao in the void shattered with a crack. Then they turned into a vast black Wangyang and rushed into the universe. It was a sea of black runes of the great Tao, vast and mighty, like a heavenly river bursting its banks. With a boom, it exploded with unimaginable, terrifying power. All the planets were shaking as if they were hit by the terrifying energy. They couldn't stop it at all. Many powerful, perfected immortals knelt down, trembling, as if their souls were about to be torn apart, let alone ordinary beings. This isn't a weapon, but just runes of the great Tao. Ming Wang, immortal King Kuan-Xian, immortal King Qingming, and the others reacted immediately. Their expressions changed drastically. They naturally could tell that this was a bottle made of runes of the great Tao. It was definitely not an imitation like they had thought at the beginning. They were wrong before. They actually thought this kind of treasured art was a weapon. After they reacted, their expressions changed drastically. They were shocked and in disbelief, especially Mingwang. He had just slashed down with his halberd, which was enough to tear apart the universe, but he couldn't split that black sea. Now, he was told that this bottle of the great Tao was only formed by a treasured art and not a physical weapon? How could he accept this? Impossible. How did you do it? Did you really come into contact with that thing? Ming Wang's expression changed. He suddenly thought of a certain possibility, and a thick heat appeared in his eyes. To him, the most urgent thing in his life was to come into contact with the forbidden item and learn its true meaning, so that the prototype he described would be more realistic. If Gu Changa had come into contact with that thing and learned something from it, it wouldn't be surprising that he could condense a bottle through a treasured art. I did come into contact with it. Gu Changa was still chuckling. And coincidentally, I also have a weapon that is very similar to the one in your hand. What? Ming Wang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Before he could react, his eyes suddenly widened, filled with shock and disbelief. Boom! A monstrous, murderous aura spread out, and a black light appeared. A black and cold halberd appeared in Gu Changa's hand. He pointed to the south and slashed lightly. The blade of the halberd hummed softly, causing the great Tao to collapse. The entire vast sky cracked open like a brittle piece of paper, and a boundless crack appeared. It seemed to lead to the vast outer realm. This soft humming sound seemed to shatter eternity, break the heavens, and cut through the universe and the long river of time. All traces and Tao techniques disappeared under this soft humming sound, turning into powder. Ming Wang's eyes widened. His heart was filled with shock, disbelief, and fear to the extreme. How was this possible? At this moment, he suddenly recalled the halberd light that tore through the myriad of worlds during the Forbidden Era. It was just as vast and terrifying as this, and it obliterated and destroyed everything. This. His voice was trembling, and his entire body was trembling. Endless fear swallowed him, causing his legs to go weak. Say, do you think the weapon in my hand is also a replica? Although Gu Changa was smiling gently, there was coldness in the depths of her eyes, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. It's so similar to Ming Wang's weapon. What is going on? Immortal Emperor Qingming, Immortal Emperor Kuan-Xian, and the others were still in a daze. They stared at the 8 Desolation halberd in Gu Changa's hand, trying to figure out what it was. However, when they glanced at it, a cold halberd light suddenly struck down in their minds, as if it had come from the deep universe. It was going to shatter their souls on the spot. Buffed! Immortal Emperor Kuan-Xian and Immortal Emperor Qingming were severely injured. They spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and fear. Even they were unaware that their voices were trembling. This is something that can't be looked at directly. Chapter 834. This is something that can't be looked at directly. Immortal King Kuan-Xian, Immortal King Qingming, and the others' Tao hearts were trembling. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Their voices were trembling, containing great fear. Just now they had only taken a look at the 8 Desolation demonic halberd in Gu Changa's hand, and their eyes were stinging. They were about to cry blood, and they hurriedly looked away. In their consciousness there was a tearing pain, as if there was really a halberd light that was slashing towards them from across the sea of stars, wanting to destroy their body and soul. As immortal kings, they knew a lot about some terrifying secrets in this world. Some things might not be different from mortals or ordinary cultivators, and it wouldn't affect them at all. However, in the eyes of those high-level beings, it was a terrifying thing. It was indescribable, and it could easily kill them. It could easily cause a cultivator to fall into a state of madness, and it was even more frightening than the collapse of one's Tao heart. If someone with a higher cultivation level saw this thing, it might not be as simple as bleeding from the eyes. Their spirit might be shaken, and they might be in a life and death crisis. At this moment, immortal King Kuan-Xian, immortal King Qingming, and the others were trembling. They didn't expect that they would one day encounter the legendary thing that couldn't be looked at directly. Normally speaking, such an indescribable object would only appear in the origin world. Just like the fallen immortal King Jinho that Gu Chang'e killed previously. It was because it was contaminated with the Yin extinction chi from the source world that caused its physical body to undergo a certain transformation, becoming invincible. The source of the Yin extinction chi was the source world, which was also an unspeakable thing in the world. They had heard of some ancient immortal records that immortal kings encountered a kind of fog among the unspeakable things. Just by looking at it from afar, they couldn't control their minds and walked towards it. They gathered around the fog and became a walking corpse. One had to know that that was an immortal king. Just by looking at it from afar, he suffered such a calamity and would never be reincarnated. Just thinking about it made them shudder. It was difficult to trace the source and origin of those strange things. Why does he have such an unspeakable thing? Or could it be that we were wrong from the very beginning? Thinking of this, the way they looked at Gu Chang'e had already changed greatly. They thought of a possibility that they didn't even dare to think of before. At this moment, immortal King Kuan-Xian, immortal King Qingming, and the others were trembling in fear. That is, the wise king, on the other hand, was so shocked that his scalp went numb. His entire body was trembling, and he could no longer speak. He looked at Gu Chang'e on the other side of the Black Sea. The hand that was holding the halberd was trembling slightly, even though it was the Ming king who had dominated the other side for many great eras, feared by many immortal kings, known as the vicious king by the people of this world. But at this moment he still felt endless fear and shock. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. That's the real deal, don't tell me you're... Ming Wang naturally recognized the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. Back then, he had only imitated a halberd light. However, he was able to see the scene of the heavens collapsing. The great halberd soared through the sky and hacked down from above, shattering and destroying everything. If he didn't see its original form, how could he possibly imitate it in the future? However, the wise king really didn't expect that there would be a day when he would truly be able to see the real thing, moreover so close to him. However, what made the wise king feel the most fear was still that the owner of the real thing was standing right in front of him. Just now, they even wanted to say that they were going to surround and hunt him down. Before this, the wise king didn't think in that direction at all. After all, this was just too inconceivable. The main culprit of the Forbidden Great Era, the one who led to Immortal Palace's destruction, the separation of Origin Realm and Immortal Domain, the forbidden existence who severed heaven's connection, now actually appeared before him alive. Who would have expected this? Who even dared to think about it? One had to understand that this was a forbidden existence who wiped out 3,000 provinces with a single hand, the 9 heavens, 10 earths, all trembling in fear. Even the immortal palace that once reigned supreme over the heavens was nothing before him. The immortal palace, lord of the immortal palace, died because of him, and the immortal realms declined because of him. One could say that the current state of the immortal realms was all because of him. Even on the other side, when the undying emperor clan ancestors mentioned his existence, they would still carry reverence, restraining fear and even fear. At this moment, the wise king felt chills run down his entire body, his hands and feet going cold. After learning the truth, he didn't even have the courage to speak. His face was full of fear and uneasiness, no longer having the arrogance and confidence from before. 0-inch, it seems like you should have recognized me. Since you know who I am, then you should also understand that I wasn't joking with you all just now. The corners of Gu Chang'e's lips still carried a faint smile. Then, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd swept through the sky. Heaven, overflowing baleful energy, was simply about to make the cosmos in front of him collapse. The divine wills that were spying in all directions were instantly turned into dust. In an instant, they were reduced to dust and ashes. Many shocked and trembling groans could be heard. Then, the entire sky became deathly silent. Could it really be that one, immortal King Qingming, immortal King Kuan-Xian, and the others' voices were also trembling? When they saw the changes in the wise king's expression, they also understood. Things really were as they guessed. While feeling horrified, they only felt their souls continuously tremble. This was an emotion they had never felt before after becoming immortal kings. Zero fear, alarm, uneasiness that taboo existence reappeared in this world, moreover appearing before their eyes. This type of horror that was like the reappearance of an ancient legend made even the minds of immortal kings tremble uneasily. Even if an emperor clan ancestor appeared here, he might have the same reaction as them. Right now, if there was one who wasn't surprised by this scene in the slightest, it would be the big red bird who was always at the side. It understood Gu Changa's identity well, so it naturally understood what Gu Changa's reappearance in immortal domain meant for the people of the present world. Once this news spread, at that time the entire immortal domain, even the foreign side, would fall into endless panic. Before the taboo great era, the demon lord didn't break off relations with Immortal Palace. For some unknown reason, he had previously headed to the foreign side, slaughtering an emperor clan. Even the emperor clan ancestor was killed by him. That was the most powerful power in the foreign side, one that could be traced back to when it was first born. However, it was destroyed just like that, becoming the only emperor clan in the foreign side that was destroyed. It had to be known that the emperor clan ancestor was basically an undying existence, an emperor among immortals. They were the most powerful existences that could be born in the true world, already standing at the peak, representing the ceiling. Even if it was Immortal Palace's great palace master at his peak, he could at most defeat the emperor clan ancestor. That was why it could be imagined just how great of a commotion the destruction of an emperor clan brought to the foreign side. Later on, when Immortal Palace unified the heavens, the foreign side didn't dare to step into immortal domain because of this layer of relationship. Chapter 835. This was definitely the most terrifying existence since ancient times. There was no one like it. At least, this was the case in the mountain and sea realm. Even someone as powerful as the former great palace master of Immortal Palace died because of him. The strongest ancestor of the foreign realm was killed by him. In the ancient records, there were even records that said that this forbidden existence was actually born in an unknown world. His cultivation was so deep that it already surpassed the knowledge of the world. This was the limit that a true world could not bear. The area in front of sky, penetrating ancient city, was deathly silent. Immortal King Kuan-Xian, Immortal King Qingming, and even Qingming were trembling uneasily. Their faces were filled with disbelief and fear. This news was too terrifying. If they did not see it with their own eyes today, they would not dare to believe it at all. If the ancestor of the foreign realm appeared here, he would also be like this. He would be as uneasy as them and feel great fear. The main culprit that caused the Forbidden Era reappeared in the world once again. He walked out of the world of origin and pushed open the legendary door. He was not an existence in reincarnation. He was someone who almost destroyed reincarnation. Before this, they even wanted to surround and hunt Gu Changa. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. They were simply complaining that their lifespans were too long. Many of the foreign realm creatures did not know what this meant, but from the expressions of Immortal King Kuan-Xian, Immortal King Qingming, and the others, they could guess that Gu Changa's origins were probably even more terrifying than they imagined. Forbidden Object! Gold Ingot was also trembling at this moment. His face was pale. He turned his head with great difficulty, trying to see Gu Changa's face clearly. He really did not expect that Gu Changa would actually be that legendary existence. This news was too shocking. Even if the other immortal kings were here, they would still be scared stiff and find it hard to accept. At this moment, he also understood why Gu Changa had said that he would try to use Immortal King Kuan-Xian immortal King Qingming, and the others as source nourishment, even the most powerful creatures now, who could look down on the past, present, and future, would tremble in fear in front of Gu Changa. The celestial realm was vast. Although it was now divided into 5 regions, some information was not cut off from each other. Such a great thing happened in Western Immortal Domain. The 4 and 4 kings descended, breaking through Western Heavenly Gate, long alarming the experts of the other immortal domains. Some true immortals were spying from afar. There were even immortal kings who used some methods to try and understand the situation here. Jin Yuan had come with sincerity, hoping to rope in Gu Changa and have him submit to the southern celestial realm. The Moon Prince was even willing to say that he was willing to share the world with Gu Changa. In this current era, the existence of a single celestial king was extremely important, especially in the southern celestial realm where there were only 2 celestial kings on the surface. Therefore, Gold Ingot felt that as long as Gu Changa was rational, he would consider the Moon Prince's conditions. However, he would never have thought that Gu Changa had such a great background. He was the existence known as the taboo. If the Moon Prince found out about this, she would definitely find it hard to calm down. The entire celestial realm would enter a state of panic. After all, for the celestial realm, Gu Changa's existence was even more terrifying than the foreign realms. If it wasn't because of him, how could celestial realm collapse? How could those supreme beings of the past fall? The immortal palace that had previously ruled the heavens, the foreign realm not daring to take half a step into the lightning pool. How could it be buried in the long river of history? At this time, everyone was horrified. Even those who stood at Gu Changa's side were trembling in fear, their entire bodies covered in cold sweat. The true immortals who came with Jin Yuan originally thought that they could see an incomparable battle. When they saw the fallen true Ho immortal king killed by Gu Changa, moreover had his source devoured, they didn't feel any fear at all, instead feeling joy. It was because from the start they felt like Gu Changa was the king of celestial realm side, facing the foreign realm side. However now, after understanding these taboo secrets, they were all horrified, simply feeling a chill run down their backs. Just now, they were still blindly thinking that Gu Changa might stand up for Western Immortal Domain. However, in reality, Gu Changa might not have any intentions of paying them any attention, let alone upholding justice. From the start, they already thought too much, all of them unrealistic thoughts. It was clear that when Gu Changa took action to kill the foreign realm's immortal king, it might truly be because he wanted to kill that immortal king and then seize his source. When they thought of this, they were even more alarmed. This existence really treated immortal kings as nourishment. Celestial realm's current immortal kings, if they obtained this news, all of them would find it difficult to calm down, unable to eat or sleep in peace. A great battle soon erupted here again, the heavens shaking. Kuin Xian, immortal king, Qing Ming, immortal king, and the others also reacted after recovering from their shock. Since Gu Changa was that taboo existence, then he definitely wouldn't joke around with them. At this time, no matter how much fear they felt inside, they still had to resist. Otherwise, they would only be like the fallen true Ho immortal king, becoming source nourishment to be seized. Ming King was even more decisive, turning around and tearing apart the cosmos without saying a word, wishing to escape. He couldn't produce any thoughts of contending against Gu Changa at all. Previously, he still felt like he could rely on the 8 Desolation demonic halberd replica to dominate the world, kill Gu Changa. However, right now, his only thought was to flee back to the foreign realm, seek the protection of the Emperor clan ancestors. However, after Gu Changa revealed his identity, he didn't plan on letting them escape. When he saw the foreign realm's kings want to escape, he only revealed a faint smile. He raised the halberd, hacking outwards. All of Western Immortal Domain trembled, the heavens rising and falling like a piece of paper. Then, with a chi-la sound, endless strong winds and chaotic energy blew out from within, as if the world was going to be erased. Great stars surged over one after another like flowing sand, simply as if a hole was ripped open in heaven and earth. Endless immortal light rushed into the heavens here. That black sea condensed from the great Tao precious pitcher even more so surged, drowning out heaven and earth. At this time, not even true immortals could see the scene there clearly. They only saw Gu Changa walking over, his figure indistinct, as if he was suppressing this glorious great world. Endless time and space were all shattered, the great river of time rising and falling in all directions. Kuan Xian, immortal king, Qing Ming, immortal king, and the others were resisting, their bodies surging with immortal light, great Tao energy swirling about. With a raise of their hands and feet, it was as if they wanted to rush through the world. They did everything they could, but there was still bloody light that splashed out like giant waves, washing heaven and earth into a bloody color. However, the result was cruel. After Gu Changa activated the 8 Desolation demonic halberd, he didn't plan on letting them go. This battle quickly came to an end, not continuing for long. Bloody light surged, irregular scenes of immortal kings falling appearing. Great stars were damaged, blood moons suspended high above, the entire cosmos seemingly weeping blood. In the distant cosmos, in the Tao, right Kuan Xian, immortal king, and the others were in, there was even more so a rain of blood pouring down. There were sounds of grief everywhere, countless foreign people finding this hard to accept. After the foreign immortal kings invaded a mortal domain, they actually fell there, the entire world feeling grief. The Ming king's heart was filled with endless fear. He was extremely lucky. Kuan Xian, immortal king, Qing Ming, immortal king, and the others stopped Gu Changa, allowing him to quickly tear through the cosmos, flee back to the foreign realm. Of course, in reality, it was Gu Changa who purposely made him leave. The goal was precisely to make the Ming king return to the foreign realm, make news of this spread, incite panic in the foreign realm. Even though Gu Changa was powerful now, if he faced the Emperor clan ancestor, he still didn't have much of a chance of victory. The difference between immortal kings and half-immortal emperors was far more terrifying than that between true immortals and those who achieved the Tao. Moreover, the Emperor clan ancestor wasn't an ordinary half-immortal emperor either. The existence with the deepest Tao was already at the immortal emperor level. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Changa planned to use this source to reconstruct his immortal body, make his body perfect and without flaws. Chapter 836. In the skies above Western immortal domain, a rain of blood scattered down, simply covering a large expanse of the cosmos. Many stars were dyed in the color of blood. Many immortal kings from the other side died miserably here, only the Ming king luckily escaping. When all of the foreign creatures saw this scene, they all sank into deep fear and disbelief. They were alarmed and alarmed, kneeling on the ground, continuously trembling. For them, this was simply like a nightmare. Immortal kings who were eternally famous fell. They originally thought that after breaking through Western Skygate and descending, they would sweep through Western immortal domain, be unmatched in the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, how could they fall just like that? Immortal king blood dyed the cosmos' desolate border red, a total of 4 immortal kings falling. Even when immortal domain was at its most prosperous period, this was still something unimaginable. This news was too horrifying. Many foreign creatures roared out, unable to accept this conclusion. Many people previously treated the immortal kings as their faith, but now their faith collapsed. This was no different from the collapse of the world, sinking into deathly silence and darkness. Just who exactly is that? Many foreign youngsters roared out angrily, their eyes red. They stared at Gu Changa's figure in front of heaven-connecting ancient city, wishing to know his origins. Why was he so inconceivably powerful, killing 4 foreign kings alone? This type of battle accomplishment, even in the ancient era, was still world-shaking. Taboo individual. A few foreign elders trembled. vaguely grasping some words from the foreign immortal king's words. For ordinary creatures, there was no way they could see the true appearances of the immortal kings, let alone the situation of their battle. That was why they didn't know at all what Kun Xian, immortal king, Qingming, immortal king, and the others discussed with Gu Chang'e, why in the end they all felt incomparable fear and despair. However, the only thing they were sure of was that Gu Chang'e had a tremendous background. Even when the Ming king learned of this, he still quickly fled in alarm. In that instant, the Ming king even ignited his own source, fearing that he would be half a step too slow. This type of situation made one's hair stand on end. After personally witnessing it, they were even more horrified in disbelief. Of course, Western immortal domain's many descendants, compared to the foreign creatures, were also incredibly horrified. In particular, Jin Yuan and the others were trembling. They couldn't even complete their sentences. They didn't dare to look at Gu Chang'e directly. He was already sure that once news of this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion, causing the various immortal realms to panic. On the other side, because of the death of the four kings, it was as if a great earthquake shook the world, creating scenes of landslides and tsunamis. Those foreign emperor clan ancestors who had been sleeping since ancient times might even wake up because of this. In the following days, immortal domain and the foreign realm would be swept through by this panic. My lord, as a half-step immortal king, Jin Yuan was the most powerful living being in this world apart from immortal kings. But now he couldn't even stand steadily. His voice was trembling, and he didn't even dare to look at Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e did not care about his thoughts right now. He quietly closed his eyes, and wisps of light gushed out from his pores. The origin energy of immortal Emperor Kun Xian, immortal Emperor Qingming, and the others was even purer than the origin energy of fallen true centipede immortal Emperor. To him, this was the best nourishment. It was definitely not comparable to the origin energy of those who had achieved Tao and those who had a strong foundation when he was in the lower realm. Of course, Gu Chang'e's current strength could not be greatly increased by devouring origin energy. This was especially so after he devoured the origin energy of the four immortal kings. He felt that there was a vague shackle in the world, and this shackle was not affected by his cultivation base. In fact, it could even be said that it had nothing to do with cultivation base. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, this was related to the kismet of the true mountain and sea world. Right now, the immortal domain, the foreign realm, and even the world of origin were separated and had not merged. After reaching the limit of immortal king realm, one could clearly sense this shackle. It was just like how it was difficult for the immortal path to be born in the upper realm. In the current immortal domain, the limit of immortal king realm was already the peak. Those who stood in this realm could clearly sense the shackles and restrictions. Of course, Gu Chang'e could only sense it. He had not reached that level yet. On the other hand, his body had not been refined to the point of a flawless immortal body, and he had not absorbed enough immortal Tao elements. This shackle would affect ordinary living beings, but it would not affect him. Gu Chang'e did not rely on comprehending the laws of the world. Instead, he used the method of devouring to make up for what he lacked. Gu Chang'e estimated that, with his current speed, he would still need a long time to recover to the level of a devil master. At that time, what he wanted would not be an ordinary immortal king's origin energy, but a quasi-immortal emperor's origin energy, an immortal emperor's origin energy, and even the origin energy of other true worlds. Others did not know, but Gu Chang'e knew that the immortal palace that had once ruled over the true mountain and sea world was actually built by Gu Qingyi. To be more precise, the grand palace master of the true mountain and sea world was Gu Qingyi. As the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, her true strength surpassed that of an immortal emperor, but she was still a long way from transcendence. Only when she reached transcendence would she have the right to participate in the war of the heavens and attack the origin world. In the current true mountain and sea world, it was impossible for a cultivator to reach transcendence. If one appeared, the origin world would also sense it. Of course, Guchanga could not be sure. After all, since ancient times, prodigies had appeared in large numbers. Some existences used the method of transforming themselves and sealing themselves in various places. The aura of each part could be hidden from the senses of the origin world. When the complete body fused, they would be able to recover their cultivation at their peak. At their peak, there might be some who had reached or approached transcendence. When the Devil Master walked the world, the level he showed was that of a transcendence. Don't forget to go back and tell the Moon Queen behind you that she agreed to my conditions. I'll be waiting. Next time, when I come to the immortal region, I hope she'll be ready. Guchanga opened his eyes. His expression had returned to normal. He glanced at the trembling gold ingot and spoke casually. This trip to the immortal region had allowed him to understand some things. Through this door, Guchanga could descend to the immortal region at any time. He was not worried that there would be people blocking his way. According to his plans, the true mountain and sea world would be united sooner or later. Integrating the upper realm, the immortal region, and the foreign realm was necessary. Before that, he needed to return to the upper realm and connect the immortal region, making the two realms one. Before that, the southern immortal region would be the universe that connected. In ancient times, the upper realm, which was the origin world, was connected to the immortal region. There was no such thing as an ascension passage. It was a huge entity. However, during the Forbidden Era, the immortal region was taken away and became a large region outside the origin world. If one were to describe it, the upper realm was a vast and boundless continent, and the immortal region was the part of the continent that was broken off and drifted away. The upper realm was made up of countless universes and was connected to many lower realms. The immortal region also had many lower realms connected to it. However, due to the separation between immortal and mortal, the ascension passage had long been cut off, just like how immortals could not ascend to immortality in the upper realm. What Guchanga wanted to do now was to recreate the upper realm and make the immortal region's laws connect to the upper realm. This did not affect his original intention of establishing the divine nation. In a way, the immortal region now had an immortal king overseeing it. Some of the barriers were connected to the vast expanse, and one could go to other true worlds. Guchanga could also use this opportunity to come into contact with other true worlds and help him quickly take the next few steps. In addition, due to the appearance of the divine nation in the upper realm and the birth of the immortal investiture role, many of the lower realms in the immortal region had to rely on this method if they wanted to break through to the immortal realm. The laws in the immortal region were only suitable for the native life forms born in the immortal region. For the many life forms in the lower realms, if they wanted to adapt to these laws, they would have to spend a long time to get used to it. Now that the Great Era had arrived, there were not many people who could endure it for a long time. For Guchanga, the immortal investiture role was originally created to consolidate the unification of the divine nation. However, at this point, it could instead become a kind of shackle to bind his subordinates. Of course, after understanding the situation in the immortal region, Guchanga wanted to connect the two realms. It was not simply to make the laws of the immortal region descend to the upper realm and merge the laws of the two realms, making it perfect. His idea was to refine the ancient city of sky penetrating and even the passage behind it into the immortal ascension passage and control it exclusively in his hands. This way, it would not affect the fusion of the laws of the two realms, nor would it affect the status of the divine nation. If the cultivation of Guchanga's family members reached the limit of Tao attainment and wanted to break through to the immortal realm, they would naturally be able to pass through the immortal ascension passage. After experiencing the tempering of the laws of the immortal path and the baptism of the immortal tribulation, they would be able to accumulate the aura of the immortal path and break through to the immortal realm. The immortal investiture role and the immortal ascension passage. This was currently the two ways to achieve the immortal Tao for the vast beings of the upper realm, but both were controlled by Guchanga. Jin Yuan trembled, knowing what Guchanga meant by these words, and hurriedly replied, "Sir, don't worry. After I return to the southern immortal region, I will definitely report everything to the Moon King. In fact, there was no need for him to report. Such a big thing happened in the western immortal region, and now the various immortal domains had already sensed it and more or less understood. Gu Changa did not pay attention to Jin Yuan and the others. His figure had already turned into a ray of green light, disappearing in front of the ancient city of Sky Penetrating. That majestic ancient door was pushed open, and brilliant light once again pierced through the sky, surging with a vast and ancient aura. Immortal king blood scattered in the sky, and some stained the door, splashing out endless divine light. Everyone was in panic, kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Even if the immortal king had fallen, the bloodstains left behind were still supreme killing weapons that could easily kill a true immortal. After this battle in the western immortal domain, many foreign races began to evacuate, not daring to stay any longer. They were horrified by that scene. Regardless of whether it was true immortals or existences of other levels, they all only wanted to get as far away as possible. Even the descendants of the western immortal domain were thinking of ways to leave this place, feeling deeply uneasy and fearful. Originally, that heaven-penetrating door was rumored to be a gate that connected to the realm of origin. But now, in their eyes, it seemed like it was connected to the 9 layers of hell, sealing a great vicious demon that could easily kill immortal kings. The ancient city of Sky Penetrating reappeared in the western immortal domain, standing coldly at the end of this place, but no one dared to approach. The surrounding tens of thousands of li was covered in the blood of immortal kings, the earth corroded and shattered. Compared to the deathly stillness in front of the ancient city of Sky Penetrating, the other immortal domains were in an uproar, voices of shock everywhere. The northern immortal domain could be said to be the most prosperous and peaceful region apart from the central immortal domain. From a certain point of view, it was even comparable to the immortal domain of the 120 ancient times. Traces of true immortals could be seen in many places. In some ancient cities, every few thousand years, there would be true immortals who would appear, expound on the Tao for cultivators. It was to the extent where during immortal kings' birthday banquets, the experts of various universes would be invited, singing and dancing in celebration. This was also thanks to the northern immortal domain having 3 immortal kings. Moreover, the 3 immortal kings' Tao rights just happened to be located in the northern immortal domain's 3 directions. They formed a perfect triangle between them, guarding the northern immortal domain, making it impossible to break through. Now, in an ancient city where boundless immortal mist surged, dazzling ancient trees blossomed, a rain of light scattering down. A white-bearded and white-haired elder sat in the depths. Endless primal chaos mist below the Tao platform. His face was filled with great changes, expression calm, as if it contained endless ancient history, temperament deep and aloof. Now he spoke softly, as if he was conversing with someone. Sure enough, it was as I predicted. Shocking changes descended. For kings fell, this is an unprecedented great matter. Even that vicious from the other side had no choice but to burn his source to escape. It seems like that mysterious youngster's background indeed touches upon a taboo. Hong Long Glong. The void trembled, and then it ruptured, revealing a boundless starry sky and cosmos. A red-haired figure walked out, great Tao fragments swirling around his body. His face was blurry, a heaven-crushing aura pervading the air. Previously, the 2 of them had discussed this matter here, but their expressions had never been this serious. Back then, the divine will I spied on was wiped out by a type of terrifying malice. If my movements were a bit slower, I would have suffered a backlash. However, I am extremely sure that it is indeed a taboo object, simply inconceivable. How could this type of existence appear in this world again? This red-haired figure spoke with a serious expression, his tone extremely heavy. As an immortal king, he originally thought that in this life, There wasn't much that could make him feel fear or unease. However, when he tried to see the scene of Western immortal domain clearly, his mind was almost shattered by the weapon in that young man's hands. This indeed already touched upon a level that left him horrified. As for what exactly happened, it seems like we can only send someone to the southern immortal domain to investigate. The people Moon King sent over personally saw everything, so they should know quite a bit. The current immortal domain really is experiencing troubled times. Why would a taboo existence suddenly appear? The white-haired and white-bearded elder said with a sigh. Even though he was proficient in the Tao of divination, he didn't dare take action to investigate something on that level. For immortal kings were killed with ease. That type of existence wasn't something immortal kings like them could recklessly speculate about. Chapter 837. Aside from the northern celestial region, the other celestial regions were in a similar situation. The fall of the four kings was a rare event. Terrifying phenomena appeared in the various universes. The western celestial region regained its rare peace because of this. The various races of the other realms retreated and returned to the other realms, not daring to stay for long. Even some true immortals with unfathomable Tao felt their hair stand on end when they passed by the borders of the western celestial region. They could sense the unwillingness and regret left behind by the immortal kings after their deaths. They still lingered in the various galaxies. If one's mind was not firm enough, they would definitely be corroded by those emotions. It was easy to imagine just how desperate that battle was. The four kings of the other realms descended here with boundless power. They originally thought that they could sweep through everything, but in the end, they all died here with hatred in their hearts. The commotion caused by this battle was even more terrifying than when the barrier of the western celestial region was broken through by the other realms. For a period of time, rumors appeared in various parts of the celestial region. Some people claimed that they witnessed that scene with their own eyes. A rain of blood fell from the sky. All sorts of the most terrifying phenomena since ancient times appeared. The world was dark, and only an endless silence and darkness remained. Some people also said that the existence who killed the four kings of the other realms came from the world of origin and descended through that door. They were taboo existences in the cycle of reincarnation that could not be spoken of. There were also people who said that it was actually a supreme expert from another origin world, not a living being from the world of origin. In short, there were all sorts of discussions and guesses. The Moon Prince Mansion in the southern celestial region was located in the depths of space. It was majestic and grand, and even the outer walls were made from various immortal jades. It was incomparably glorious. As the only two immortal kings in the southern celestial region, the Moon Prince's status was supreme, and the Moon Prince Mansion was a divine representation. The entire mansion was filled with hazy immortal light, and chaotic aura surrounded it. However, usually no one dared to approach this place. Even the true immortal patriarchs of some orthodoxies could only look at it respectfully from afar. At that moment, a cushion descended from space in the depths of the Moon Prince Mansion. A flawless figure that was as white as the moon sat there cross-legged. Her face was blurry, and radiance surrounded her slender hands, as if they were carved from the highest quality immortal jade. She was dressed in a hazy moon veil that flowed like water, and her hair was hazy. Taboo existence. At this moment, the Moon King spoke. It was as if he had lived millions and millions of years ago. Although his voice was like the sound of nature, there was no fluctuation of emotion. He was natural and ancient, drowned in the aura of chaos. Below, Gold Ingot waited respectfully with his head lowered. When he heard the question, he replied, "Everything I saw was true. I wouldn't dare lie to you, Moon King. Who would have thought that my words of persuasion would cause me to have to abide by them in the end?" There was not much emotion in his tone, but there was still some regret in it. She waved her hand, and the immortal jade teacup on the white jade table in front of her fell into her hand. Then, with a cracking sound, it shattered into ashes. It could be seen that she was not as calm as she appeared to be. Jin Yuan didn't dare to make a sound. After witnessing everything that had happened in front of heaven-penetrating city, his heart was filled with fear and trembling. He didn't dare to mention anything about it at all. When it came to taboo existences, every word and action could lead to karma. Even an immortal king was casually killed. So what was a half-step immortal king like him? He didn't have the ability to endure such terrifying karma. If it's really that taboo existence you speak of, then why did he ask for the territory of the southern immortal region? The Moon King paid no attention to Jin Yuan. Her beautiful brows were knit together, and she seemed to be muttering to herself as she guessed Gu Changa's thoughts at that time. The reason she said that she wanted to unite the world was because she wanted to rope in an immortal king of unknown origins so that she could maintain the stability of the southern immortal region as much as possible. Otherwise, they would follow in the footsteps of the western immortal region sooner or later and be breached by foreign immortal kings, and she wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. She was a supreme existence in the southern immortal region, and she ruled over the current southern immortal region. Meanwhile, King Pu only cared about the survival of the Buddhist kingdom, and he hadn't shown himself for a few tens of millions of years. The last time the Moon King saw him was a few epochs ago. He said that he hopes I'll be prepared when he descends to the immortal region next time. The Moon King spoke once more, and her gaze seemed to pierce through the boundless chaos and descend into the unknown. That's indeed what that Lord Taboo said. Jin Yuan replied, and he didn't dare conceal anything. Truly inconceivable. Countless epochs have passed. So how could that kind of figure still exist in this world? The Moon King was silent for a moment as she thought about it. Actually, she didn't have much of a choice right now. Gu Changa said that he wanted her to be prepared, but he didn't say that he wanted her to choose. In other words, the next time Gu Changa appeared in the immortal region, she had to hand over the southern immortal region to him. The Moon King had ruled over the southern immortal region for countless years, so she was more or less unwilling to hand over the southern immortal region just like that. However, she also clearly recognized that there was no room for refusal or negotiation in this matter. However, from another perspective, this might also be an opportunity for me. An existence that once destroyed the supreme immortal palace, the Moon King muttered, and her figure blurred again, disappearing from the praying mat. This place fell into a deathly silence. When Jin Yuan saw this, he inwardly released a sigh of relief, and then quietly retreated. He was worried that the Moon King wouldn't be able to think things through, overestimating herself at this time, and try to provoke that person. The living example of the fall of the foreign four kings was still right before his eyes. The middle immortal region was located in the central region of the boundless immortal region. The territory and universe it encompassed could be said to be boundless, and the borders couldn't be seen at all. Even if it was a true immortal whose cultivation was exceedingly high, it was basically impossible for them to cover its borders. This was also the most prosperous place in the present immortal region. It was the place of inheritance of the orthodoxies before the immortal region split apart. Even now, the other immortal regions added together could only be compared to the middle immortal region's area. There were many ancient orthodoxies and families hidden in the middle immortal region. Some could be traced back to before the Forbidden Era, and they all had immortal kings overseeing them. To put it bluntly, the remaining immortal regions were no different from desolate lands in the eyes of the beings in the middle immortal region. Of course, the various immortal regions were separated by the sea of chaos and the void turbulence. True immortals found it difficult to cross, and they could only descend through ancient transmission formations. Hence, normally, it was also very difficult for the beings in the various immortal regions to come into contact with them. At this moment, a white-clothed woman appeared in an ancient city in the middle immortal region. She carried an otherworldly aura, had bright eyes, white teeth, skin that was like jade, and was extremely beautiful. Her appearance caused even the heavens to be jealous of her. "Young Miss Zijin, please don't make things difficult for us servants the Western Immortal region is too far away from here. Even if you want to rush over, you have to have the protection of a true Immortal Realm ancestor. Otherwise, the energy of the teleportation formation will crush you. There were many female cultivators that looked like maidservants following behind this white, clothed woman. All of them were extremely extraordinary and emanated immortal energy. I heard that a door that leads to the world of origin has appeared there. I want to go home and take a look. The white, clothed woman spoke with a slightly haggard expression, and she'd lost her usual liveliness. Young Miss Zijin, your home is in the immortal region, the maidservant spoke with a helpless tone. My home isn't here. I was just inexplicably brought here. The white-clothed woman shook her head, and her tone was extremely firm. But even if you can rush over, there are immortal kings that have fallen in the Western Immortal region. Moreover, there's such a terrifying existence behind that door that even immortal kings were casually killed. Perhaps the world of origin is already in chaos and has already undergone a shocking change. Even immortal kings have concluded that that is a forbidden place and cannot be approached. You'd better not make things difficult for us servants. The group of maidservants followed behind and spoke helplessly. Hearing these words, the white-clothed woman was also a little dazed. Then she shook her head in disbelief. Rumble! At this moment, an ancient chariot appeared in the universe and descended in this direction. There were two figures standing on the ancient chariot. One of them was dressed in white. He had a handsome appearance and a tall figure. His eyes carried a faint golden color, and he had a transcendent temperament. When he had a smile on his face, he gave off a gentle feeling, and his body was surrounded by immortal energy. The figure beside him was slightly burly and taller. His appearance was upright and dignified. His body was suffused with a faint golden light, and even his hair was like a god, flowing with golden radiance. Greetings, Lord Wushang. The moment they saw these two figures, the group of maidservants behind the white-clothed woman hurriedly bowed, and they were extremely respectful to one of them. Cousin Zijin, are you planning to leave Luowang City? The white-clothed man on the ancient chariot greeted with a smile as his gaze fell on the white-clothed woman. Luo Xian greets Miss Zijin. The tall man beside the white-clothed man also spoke at this moment with a friendly gaze.